morning. Good morning. The day is Monday, February 27th. The time is 9:18 a.m. We're back on the record. This morning, the board is going to begin deliberations on groups 4 and then move into action plans and group 5. So it will be group 4, Chignik area salmon. Once we conclude the proposals in that group, which are 105 through 119, we will take up proposal number 132, proposal number 130, and then the board will deliberate the action plans associated with the stock of management concern designations in the Chignik area. And then we will roll into deliberating group 5. Are there any questions on that? Okay. Let's begin, shall we? Proposal number 105.
For the record, Carl Burnside, Chignik Area Management Biologist. Proposal 105, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to reflect changes to the Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goals. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to adopt the substitute language found in RC 216.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to reflect changes to the Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goal, changing from a separate early and late run goal to a single goal. Management and board generated allocative criteria would remain unchanged. This would primarily alter periods of fishing from late June to mid-July during what was considered the transition period. The original escapement goal for Chignik sockeye salmon was established in 1968. For the early run, it was 350 to 400,000. The late run was 200 to 250,000. The late run was changed in 2007 to 200 to 400,000, and the early run was changed in 2013 to 350 to 450,000. The department submitted and supports this proposal. These changes would align management plan change in Chignik System's escapement goal the department made prior to this meeting.
Can you speak to the language, please, found in RC 216?
Yeah, so that language would put an OEG in place for a optimal escapement for Black Lake sockeye for 300 to 400,000 fish, and an optimal escapement goal for Chignik Lake late run sockeye for 240,000 to 360,000 fish. It would also change the requirement for opening the first commercial fishing period from 20,000 sockeye to 40,000 sockeye, pass or expected to pass the weir.
Thank you. I can speak to a couple of the elements. So I had grave concerns about sort of moving towards a single escapement goal, and I want to be clear that it's not necessary. I don't have a high degree of comfort level with it. So I'm not making any sort of determinative statement about whether or not that is necessarily the right thing to do, but with respect to process, I thought it was important to take a more precautionary approach that will allow for managing, particularly with respect to the first run, maintaining some kind of a consistent metric for evaluating the stock of management concern that was designated on the first run. We also heard from the public over the course of this meeting about the lack of clarity with respect to subsistence implications or allocations in the new management plan, and that speaks to the 40,000 fish piece in section, I guess that would be 2B1. And that's intended to ensure a strong start to escapement and enough to provide a decent and reasonable opportunity for subsistence harvest in that area. We heard in public testimony that, you know, these runs are very distinct. They are visibly distinct. They look different, they taste different. There's a lot of things that are different about them, and consequently they're used differently by subsistence users. And providing that opportunity early in the season prior to commercial fishing activities and openers, I think, is an underscoring of that subsistence use priority and providing that opportunity in regulation. Yeah, I'll stop there and open it up to board discussion, but those are kind of the two primary reasons why I offered this language. Commissioner?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I just want to speak briefly about several things that have come to light through these discussions about a single escapement goal. I understand people are not happy with a single escapement goal that was developed by the department, but I do want to clearly articulate that we have put out in RC, tab 14, RC3, the methodology we used to do that very analysis. We also gave a presentation in tab 2, RC3, that basically outlined how we got to that. So what we've done is out there for review. It is out there in terms of the methodology we use to define it. It is there. We think in terms of every 3 years we review escapement goals, and we have a requirement to review those in the context of maximum sustained yield. And in our review, we basically determined that having a single escapement goal would maximize yield better than having 2 escapement goals. So I spent a lot of time last night, I didn't sleep a lot, re-reviewing these analyses. Again, it's all out there for the public to look at. The details of how we got there are written down. I'm convinced the single escapement goal meets our obligations as a department to maximize yield. And I think we can manage discrete stocks. We do it in the Copper River, we do it in other drainages using single escapement goals. So I stand by the staff's decision to have a single escapement goal. That said, you have the ability as a board to set OEGs. I am a little troubled that the OEG numbers that are being presented are based on 2 figures that were attached to a document that we don't have the analysis that we have presented to you in terms of justification going to a single goal, in terms of how that data analysis was performed or done. I understand it's a respected scientist, but again, we can't advise you as staff, as your staff in your deliberative process here on whether these are right or not, because we haven't seen the reports that went into the went into the development of these graphs, nor are we able to articulate some of the assumptions that may have gone in terms of which data was used or not used. So we're not going to offer you advice on whether the data that was presented here is correct or not, because we simply can't do that. Then finally, moving forward, we'll do whatever it is that you would do. If you're going to establish OEGs, we can do that. But I just want you to understand, in our estimation, the OEGs are probably sustainable, but they're not anywhere near where we think you're going to get maximum sustained yield out of this process. So we will, again, implement what you wish to move forward with. But I urge you to at least enter into context that at least the data that's being used to drive these numbers hasn't been reviewed by anybody outside the authors that presented them. So, thank you.
Thank you. So kind of with respect to the information that you presented, that's only been presented very recently, just in the context of this meeting. Now, I know that there's a memo in RC 204. It's unsigned. It's on your letterhead. I don't know if you drafted this, Commissioner, if this was intended for your signature, but it talks about at the June 2022 Chignik preseason fishery meeting, the single run goal and rationale for the decision were presented to stakeholders and members of the board. There was one member of the board there, that was me. And yeah, conceptually it was offered and discussed, but there was absolutely no data that was presented at that meeting. There was nothing to justify, or it was presented to stakeholders at that meeting to talk about, to drill down into what the change was and why the change was necessary. It also states in this memorandum that the escapement goal report was published online and available to the public in, well, first of all, the goal was further discussed during the board's October 2022 work session. Again, at that work session, we talked about the action plans, we talked about escapement goals, but the report was not presented. It wasn't laid out. We didn't have any of the details about how this was going to be implemented or the science behind it. In fact, you go on to state the escapement goal report was published online and available to the public in November 2022, which is a month after that October work session. So that's November 22, and then further, it says, and provided to stakeholder representatives immediately upon publication, an oral report was given detailing the rationale for the changes to the escapement goal at a Chignik Fish and Game Advisory Committee AC meeting on November 3rd, 2022. So apparently, presentation was made just a couple of days after the report was made to the public. A member of the Chignik AC was contacted in November and directed to submit questions to the department after 2 days of the opportunity to review this stuff regarding the escapement goal change to the AC meeting prior to the Chignik AC meeting on December 6th, if discussion was desired. The draft language for proposal number 105 was provided to the Chignik AC members prior to the Chignik AC meeting on the 1st of January before final publication, which came on, I believe it was the 17th of January. We're talking about a very compressed time period. We're talking about a couple of months for a wholesale tectonic change in how this fishery has been managed. And respectfully, I don't think that's enough time to be able to consider this in its fullness. And so hence, that's the reason that I am offering this OEG. Back to our discussion earlier yesterday about the trust but verify with respect to, chum numbers and caps, this OEG provides an interim period to allow the opportunity and provide stakeholders and other members of the public to do their due diligence on the department's science. The other thing that's been completely lacking in this conversation, in my opinion, is the foundational science upon which the department is determining that there's a bottleneck issue in Black Lake. I haven't seen that presented in any of the materials that I've received in the last year or two. So, I mean, those are the reasons behind offering this OEG. And again, I'll say that I don't know that this isn't the right way to go, but we have a stock of concern designation. This wholesale change of how we're going to be managed is going to be very, very difficult to measure success about a stock of concern if we're moving the goalposts constantly. So this is why I'm offering the language.
So, Madam Chair, I'm not going to get into tit for tat. It's your opinion. I think we can manage under the proposal that was put out in place for a single goal to maintain genetic integrity of that stock. We can disagree on that. But again, in summary, if you, as a board, want to develop OEGs for this, that's within your prerogative. And you can go down that road and we'll manage to those numbers. So.
Yeah, and before I get to Mr. Wood, I see you. I asked the department here at their presentations during staff report about whether or not there was any analysis done on risk to, the loss of genetic diversity, and the answer was no. And then I asked about, there was an example offered for the Ayaculic River, and I asked the question again, how are you verifying or maintaining or demonstrating that the genetic diversity of Ayaculic has been maintained with the single escapement goal? And there was really no concrete answer associated with that. So, I'm struggling with that. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to identify with probably about 85% of the comments made by the chair, but I go a step further. I came into this meeting very, very concerned about the process that was involved with 105 as well as the 2 action plans in the aspect that they didn't have sufficient time to really react to what was presented to them. There's nothing to be gained into going to why that took place, but nonetheless, the fact of the matter is it was a matter of days that they had the documents in hands, and I was not going to support anything that went to a single goal, and nor was I going to support the action plans going forward until people had that option to review. And it'd been nice to have peer review of some of the stuff as well, but that didn't concern me nearly as much, because if the department had withheld information because it wasn't peer reviewed, I'd have jumped you for doing that as well. And to me, it's each individual member give the weight to whatever they want to assign to that document as to its use. Some would put no weight on it because it wasn't peer reviewed. I do give some weight to it, and each individual member makes up their mind accordingly. I came into the room this morning still willing to draw the line as to what role this board plays in escapement goals as opposed to what role the department plays and where there should be collaborative effort where both come together to play. I think that's a real process question that's still unanswered in my mind. I had the pleasure last night of having dinner with Mr. Rabung, and he went through the process with me, and his version of it is that the OEG, if that's the way we want to go, the department understands that, and that will be the marching orders going forward. And the people who are impacted And Chignik, I spoke with them, and they don't want to take the chance of leaving it just out there and want to have something in concrete, and OEG is a mechanism they want to use. I'm not here verifying the numbers. In fact, I came to this meeting today trying to keep my mouth shut and let somebody else take it open, but that's not lasting long. And I'm hoping that the numbers are verified, because I can't tell you for certain whether 300 and 400, 240 rather, are appropriate numbers or not appropriate numbers. They seem to be in the ballpark, and I would certainly like something from the department that we're not way out in left field somewhere. But failing to hear any objections, I'm going to be supporting the 216 as submitted.
Mr. Raybon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question and then some answers. The first question is, did I just hear that we're going to be expected to do independent peer reviews on all of our escapement goals going forward? Because we review every escapement goal that we have every 3 years. And it's a continual normal process. We're directed to do it in 5A AC 39.222. And this is our normal thing. And so I'd like clarification on that. The other thing is, regardless of what goal we work on or manage to in this thing, we're going to look at it again in 3 years. And we're going to do what we did this time, and that is analyze the data we have and try to determine what gives us the greatest yield. So that's what our staff did. They did what they were supposed to do. They analyzed the data they had and determined what they thought would give us the greatest yield, which is harvest. And I think they did a great job of that. And I'm proud of the work they did. That said, we all understand that 39.222 offers the board the OEG option if they aren't comfortable and choose to go somewhere with something less than maximum sustained yield for other purposes. That's fine with us. And the only thing we would be looking at then is if that OEG leads to sustained yield. And I think these numbers are very similar to what we've been doing, so I would say without doing the analysis that they probably do provide us with sustained yield, so that's fine. But we're potentially foregoing additional harvestable fish. That's the difference, and I just wanted to get that on the record, and thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. Raybung, and I think that there's a recognition, certainly from myself and also amongst the stakeholders that I've discussed, that there will be a foregoing of potential harvest opportunity, and I think they're comfortable with that. They've done that before in the interest of rebuilding the run. That is their primary goal. I mean, everybody's goal is to stabilize and hopefully make both of these stocks more robust and healthy and sustainable, and so there is a recognition that there very likely will be some lost harvest opportunity associated with these OEGs. Mr. Commissioner.
I just want to respond to Mr. Wood's comment. I asked my staff whether we could provide an analysis of that. We can't, because we don't know the foundation that went into it. I think Director Raybung was correct. We think it's within the range, but we can't provide you any analysis because we don't know the data that was put into those development of those graphs. We don't know the assumptions that was built into it. We don't know how data was weighted going into it. We simply can't, without that information in a technical report, we can't provide that assessment to you.
Yeah, I think the stakeholders feel the same on the other side, given that they only recently provided the report. Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, thank you, Commissioner. I understand what you're saying, but I think Mr. Raybung's comments, I'll put a lot of weight on his comments and go accordingly. I don't need a full analysis. What I was trying to do is making sure we weren't way off somewhere, and I'm walking away feeling comfortable with that.
Other board discussion? Mr. Heimbach.
I personally concur with all the sentiments of the people that want to maintain equal priority for the early and late run stocks. I have been persuaded, though, for well over a decade that the carrying capacity of Black Lake, regardless of the fact that the spawning capacity is still intact, that we have to allow for the fact that those fry are rearing in Chignik Lake. And that, I think, inexorably leads to the conclusion that the total escapement goal has to be reevaluated based on the carrying capacity of the lake. And I really would hope that we could somehow affect the rebuilding of the first part of that run. But I'm not blind to the fact that being able to do so may compromise the viability of the system where they're rearing. I don't disagree actually with the sentiments here. I'd like to see black latex and parameters in that whole system. If there was a way to do that, I would be on board immediately. I have great confidence in the modeling that the Fish and Game did. I concur with the chairman wholeheartedly that the review of this by the public and stuff left a lot to be desired. I'm not sure that we'd have reached a different conclusion, but my primary concern for us, what was stated several months ago, that we have the spawning area to maintain the numbers of Black Lake fish. I don't think we have the 1 and 2 year carrying capacity in Chignik Lake to get there, though. Anyway, I'm probably going to support this, though, because I think we need to move forward on something that's halfway agreeable to everybody that has, the stakeholders have very strong feelings about this.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. Kind of a question for the department. Do you feel that you'll be able to manage for the stock of the concern that the board made for the early run under a single escapement goal?
Through the chair, yes.
Can you elaborate just a little bit? Why are you so confident in that yes?
So, because this really doesn't change how we would manage very much at all. If we had been operating under this goal this previous year, for instance, where we acknowledged the early run as a soccer concern, fishing would have occurred approximately 5 days earlier than it did, and there still would have been about 400,000 early run fish that would have escaped. We're still, I mean, the first half of the run is what's mostly unaffected by this change.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, we've heard quite a bit from the public in regards to this over the last, I don't know, however many days it's been now. And originally, I had some concern with several aspects of this. I think that some of the statements that Director Ray Rung and the Commissioner have made now, that they believe that with the language in place regarding the OEG, that they can still maintain sustainability. It's an unusual thing, actually, for a community or a fishery to be willing to give up the maximum harvestability, but it's, you know, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to those folks to rebuild their system the way that they think that is the best way to go moving forward. I'm personally not as uncomfortable with the single escapement goal. I have quite a bit of experience with that in the area that I live, and the Copper River, for example, has 140 some different specific genetic divert stocks in the system, and I think the department has demonstrated over time, not only with the Copper River, but many other big rivers in the state of Alaska that's in charge, that they've been able to demonstrate that they've been able to maintain that diversity over time. But moving forward, I think that if this is something that has some common alliances between the different factions and specifically the people in Chignik, I think that at this point in time that I will support it.
Just a couple other comments with respect to king salmon. We also have a king salmon stock of designation of management concern in this area, in this river as well, and stakeholders. And you know, one of the things about allowing for some of that additional fish to go up is, and a little bit of potentially lost harvest capability, is to allow the best possible chance for some of those kings to move through as well. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out on the record. There is a direct benefit, hopefully, to king salmon, along with the OEGs that we're considering here today. Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a minor part and question for you here, and that is regarding the recent state subsistence management of of the Chignik sockeye runs. The board has heard the department had opted not to limit subsistence harvest of sockeye salmon in the last few years, since the impact towards the run based on the amount of harvest relative to the run size is insignificant. Now, we were managing the federal subsistence in-season management program. We're adhering to the escapement goals, which normally has some type of interim escapement to follow, but the state did not. And we actually, talking about the Chinook, we did, and hand in hand, the state and the federal subsistence and sport all closed down at the same time, almost in the same release. So the concern here, we're not commenting on the goal. That is your business. OSIM does not do goals, but we want to know, we'd like a metric to assist with determining the threshold for restrictions for subsistence should be. Some type of, the guidance and mentioned and published in this meeting so far says week run, basically the word week, which must be so low that it produce measurable harm to the run. For in-season management on the federal side, this does have statewide implications for management of wildlife resources too across the state on federal public lands. Looking for a metric to adhere to and have the managers work closely together. We don't have anything in our regulations that says, that where you can fish below a goal because the harvest is likely insignificant to impact the run itself. And that's my saying. If this is all settled out and we end up with some type of interim escapement goal or a schedule to follow through to base restrictions on, great. We're just looking for guidance because we don't generate our own escapement goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Pappas. I mean, Mr. Peterson, do you have a comment on that? I have some thoughts, but.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have anything to put on the record about that.
Okay, thank you. This is not a departure from how this system has been managed for decades. And this is an adjustment of the escapement goals. I'm presuming, or I will request that the department create an interim escapement goal schedule, not dissimilar to how they've done it, again, for many, 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 many years. And it would be my presumption that that would be the metric that the federal managers use. Is that sufficient?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any guidance would definitely assist in the process. We don't want to step out on our own. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rabong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just point out that the state did not close subsistence harvest on these stocks. And our unofficial metric is a conservation concern. So if we're not meeting the goal, the goals are designed to try to get MSY. I mean, you'd have to be significantly below the goal to have a conservation concern. And so we take these on a case-by-case basis based on a couple of things. One is the size of the run versus the size of the traditional subsistence harvest. And in our estimation, in Chignik at least, the amount of usual subsistence harvest didn't pose a conservation concern, so we had no reason or justification to close the sockeye fishery. That wasn't the case with the Chinook, of course. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rabong. I appreciate that clarity. Any additional? Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to put some comments on the record here. It's a little concerning for me to support the language found in RC 216, knowing that these numbers haven't been reviewed by the department. And I understand the sentiment of the Chignik region and their interest in wanting to maintain two separate goals, and that they feel like they didn't have the appropriate time to be able to review the information. And I would like for the department to be able to provide information so that it has the opportunity to go through all the public input processes that are appropriate with the way that we manage these fisheries. However, I identify and I acknowledge the department as being our science agency, and if they put information forward that they believe is to be the best, I'm inclined to kind of support that. And I struggle with the board as policymakers stepping into the scientific realm of things and putting forward, OEGs. I think that they cause management issues down the road. And I can think of a couple other areas in the state where I've noticed that, and I have a hard time stepping out of our realm and not necessarily out of our realm, but I struggle with the board taking action to put in an OEG, especially with numbers that aren't understood by our department, our science agency, and I will not be supporting this. And while I would like to urge the department to, consider some of the things that are said by the board here about, the genetic diversity of the stocks and some of the biological concerns of the rearing areas in this region and stuff like that, I'm not inclined to not support the science that they put forward or what they believe to be the best way to manage this run.
Mr. Heimbach?
I know the information is probably in front of me somewhere here, but looking at the OEGs for both segments of the run, if we reach the upper end of those, what's that relationship to what the range of the single escapement goal number is? If these two are totaled up, where does that sit in relation to the escapement range for the total system?
Madam Chair, so I just did this on the back of my thing here. So the current escapement goal for the early run is 350,000 to 450,000. What? The old escapement goal is 350,000 to 450,000 for the early run. And for the late run, it's 200,000 to 400,000. For the Chignik, what's proposed here is 300,000 to 400,000 for an OEG and 240,000 to 360,000. What the department is proposing for a single escapement goal is 450,000 to 800,000. So they're all within ranges, but they slightly differ.
That's the sum total, 450 to 800,000 for both stocks. That's the range.
That's what the department's single escapement goal range would be.
Would it be fair to ask you as a follow-up, if these numbers were slightly lower, if the department would have more comfort? If the numbers that were in 216 were slightly lower, would there be a higher comfort level?
We can't analyze the information that was presented by Dr. Schindler, because we don't have the foundational data to understand how those curves were developed, so it's impossible for us to answer that.
Thank you for that. I guess touching off what Ms. Mitchell was referring to, my discomfort with this is I'd like to have some kind of assurance that we weren't going to grossly over-escape the new single goal. But with a range that's 50%, 400, 800, it's really kind of hard to draw any rational feelings about that. I don't really see where this is a threat to the escapement goal. The OEG incorporation into the total model seems relatively manageable.
Thanks, Mr. Heimbach. I do think it's relatively manageable, and the other thing that I would raise is just the issue of the timing and the overlap periods associated with this run. So one of the concerns that was also raised, 450 to 800 or 850,000 is a really broad range, and there's a lot of things that can happen within that range, and some of the other things that were brought up is how are we ensuring that there isn't an unintended overharvest of either the first or the second run. And so these OEGs also, I think, are intended to try and help manage that, to make sure that, in some years, if the early run shows up stronger, that you're not hitting that particularly hard in the early part of the season, and if in fact it's, opened up at 210,000 or something, or whatever the number is. And similarly, if you're conserving on the front end and you make escapement goals, there's the late run, and there's the possibility to unintentionally overharvest or hit the second run pretty hard. And so, again, that's why I wanted to come back to sort of this idea of closely monitoring, at least until we have some comfort level with whether or not these changes are helping with stock of concern designation, whether we're seeing any kind of improvements in the system over time associated with that, and hopefully stabilizing that first run, which has been, obviously really depressed in the last 5 years. Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, I concur completely. I had submitted an RC earlier that it kind of goes to the heart of some of this. I thought that anything we adopted it should have language that said we will not reduce or change the historical priorities that have been attached to both of these stocks as a way around to really encourage. But I do understand we have to have numbers. We can't manage on the sentiments. But I don't have confidence in the black stock's rearing ability, but I have great confidence in the importance of maintaining that genetic diversity in a proportion that reflects what people over 100 years came to expect.
Thank you, Mr. Heimek. That's exactly what this OEG number is intended to do, and I fully recognize that in 3 years, the department will be reviewing their escapement goal again, and I'm not saying that this isn't the correct way to go eventually, but in that interim time, I'd like to put some sideboards on to try and better evaluate the stock of concern, and then, go from there.
If I can follow up, I realize this is a scientific forum, and I've had to accept that it's a political forum as well. And it was a little bit hard for me as it got heated, to have to listen to what I think was a little bit of denigration of what's been obviously very significant effort by the department, even though it wasn't completed, maybe in a manner that pleased everybody. But I would like to have a hats off to the people behind the scenes that did this work. It's a good start.
Mr. Raybon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not speaking to the proposal or the RC. I just wanted to point out on the record that 39.222 also directs us to manage temporally throughout the run, and it's something that we will always do. The concern that I've heard from folks about us changing the genetic makeup of the run, it's not possible under our management strategies and our management tactics and operations. It just doesn't happen. And the question when we were asked about the Ayakulik example, how do we know we didn't change it? Well, we haven't checked them genetically, but the timing hasn't changed. We still have the 2 distinct timings, and that's our checkpoint. We haven't always had genetics, but we still have always managed for all segments of the run and as close to their normal proportions as possible. And that's something that will never change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. Just kind of a question for the department. I know that you have to do escapement goal reviews every 3 years. If the board adopts an OEG that has numbers that the department has never evaluated with, they don't understand how we derive these escapement goals to begin with, are you reviewing your single escapement goal? And then how do you apply the management of how effective the management has been with an OEG and not knowing how that OEG was arrived at? How would you review an OEG escapement goal in 3 years from now? Did that make sense?
Madam, through the chair, could you please repeat the question? I'm trying to figure out how to answer that one.
You bet. So if the board were to adopt an optimal escapement goal and we chose that OEG without, the department hasn't had an opportunity, you weren't the ones that came up with this OEG number, how would you, what's the review process? And is the review process of an escapement goal hindered at all when it's an OEG that the department was not involved in crafting, as opposed to an SEG or a BEG that the department is, ran the scientific model on to derive?
Mr. Raybon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, when we evaluate a goal, we're not evaluating what the goal came from. What we're looking at is the number of adults that came back and spawned, and then the number of offspring that they produced, and whether those were an escapement or harvest or whatever it is. So it's a spawn recruit analysis to make it as short as possible. Irrespective of what kind of goal it is, we're looking at what happened and what the fish produced. So what's important is how many fish spawned and how many came back from that spawning. So each year we have another add-on year of data. And we're going to continue to reevaluate it regardless of what the goal type is. It's just a matter of what the fish did and what their performance was. I don't know if that helps or not.
That does. I appreciate that.
Thanks. And yeah. Other board discussion?
Madam Chair, if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate. I'll call the question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Arizona Commissioner.
I think it would probably be worthwhile to build a little record around the change of 20,000 to 40,000, just so that you have that on the record. I don't know if you've done that.
I did
Okay,
make some statements to that effect at the beginning of
thank
the
you.
discussion. Thank you. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
Madam Chair, I don't have any errors or omissions, but I do want to make one statement, just so the record is crystal clear. And I know all the members of this board are aware of your policy for statewide salmon escapement goals, and I know that it's been discussed on the record at length here and at previous meetings. But I do want to correct one thing that was said about the board establishing SEGs. In the language of your policy, and that's found at 5 AAC 39223, it says the board recognizes the department's responsibility to establish sustainable escapement goals. And it goes on to talk about OEGs. I don't need to belabor the point. I will also point out for the record, in reference to something that Director Raybung said about peer review, that is covered in subsection B7 of that policy, that at its discretion, the department may conduct independent peer reviews of its BEGs, SEGs, and sustainable escapement thresholds. So I just want to make sure the record is crystal clear on those points before the board votes.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Aaron. I would just say that it certainly is not my intention to try and direct the department to be doing peer review on every single SEG or BEG or whatever you have, but there are some instances where it may or may not be warranted, and that would be, again, at the department's discretion. So for the record, yes. Okay, Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 105 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 216. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
No.
Motion carries, Madam Chair, 5 in favor, 2 against.
Thank you. Let's see. Proposal number 106.
Proposal 106, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to increase in-river escapement of sockeye salmon prior to opening a commercial fishery by emergency order. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to take no action based on the action we took on the previous proposal.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 106. Proposal number 107.
Proposal 107, modify the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to allow more commercial fishing time by implementing commercial salmon fishing periods regardless of sockeye salmon escapement. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to take no action based on the author's request to withdraw this proposal found in RC 203.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 107. Proposal number 108.
Proposal 108, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to implement commercial salmon fishing periods in June. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to take no action on proposal 108 based on the previous action taken on 105. I don't have the RC number for that one, but
It was withdrawn on the
Yeah, it was
record
withdrawn.
during committee of the whole.
Yeah, that's right.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 108. Proposal number 109.
Proposal 109, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to apply mandatory closures in the Chignik Management Area, repeal the in-river run goal in August and September, and remove the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing period in September. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
So this proposal would require a weekly 56-hour closure from 10 p.m. Friday to 6 a.m. Monday in the Chignik Bay District, Central District, and Inner Castle Cape subsection of the Western District from August 1st until December 15th. It would also remove the in-river run goal of 10,000 fish in August and 10,000 fish in September. And lastly, this proposal would also remove the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing period restriction beginning September 15th in the aforementioned districts. This may reduce fishing time in the Chignik Bay and Central districts, as well as the Inner Castle Cape subsection of the Western District between August 1st and September 15th by adding the required 56-hour weekly closure, which may result in less harvest opportunity if the Chignik sockeye salmon run escapement goals are being met and could result in possible over-escapement. Conversely, if the Chignik sockeye salmon escapement goal has already been achieved, but sockeye escapement has significantly slowed down so that sockeye passage would not project 10,000 fish in August or September, this may allow for additional fishing time in the districts where longer closures would have otherwise occurred in order to meet that in-river run goal. Lastly, removing the maximum 48-hour weekly opening restriction after September 15th would potentially provide for more opportunity to harvest coho and late-run sockeye salmon if a market is available. The department is opposed to this proposal due to limiting management actions, conversation concerns. That being said, the department is neutral on the allocated portions of the proposal that removes the in-river run goal from the management plan, and the department supports the portion of the proposal that removes the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing periods starting September 15th.
So, quick question. So I think we just addressed some of the allocative issues in the substitute language for 105. Is that correct?
I believe your guys' substitute language for 105 institutes the in-river run goal. It removes the 20,000 in addition to the minimum escapement on that late run, but it does not, I believe, address the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing periods or this 56-hour required closures.
That's right. And so could you repeat your comments just for me? I'm trying to follow along here. You support the portion that removes the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing periods restriction, since we've already kind of dealt with the other stuff. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Board discussion. I'll just put a couple thoughts on the record. Yeah, I think we dealt with some of the allocated piece in, that language in 106. And if the department is supportive of removing the 48-hour restriction, then I'm inclined to support it. Mr. Wood?
Madam Chair, if you happen to notice in PC 10, the area and Saints support the 48-hour removal, the department supports the 48-hour removal, and Chignik supports the 48-hour removal. So I think it's pretty much across the board, everybody does, and I would join the chair's comments.
Any additional board discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little clarification from the department. You may have just said this, but were the management actions and conservation concerns that you had with this proposal addressed in what was just done with 105, I believe?
So the part we're opposed to is the required 56-hour closure that's suggested in here, and that's not part of the amended 105 stuff.
Got it, thanks. Any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct costs for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybong?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 109. Heimbach. Yes. Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 110.
Proposal 110, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to restrict commercial fishing periods in Chignik Lagoon until the escapement goal has been met. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Staff comments, please.
Second.
Sorry, there was a second from Mr. Wood. Staff comments, please.
So this proposal would remove the option to open a commercial fishing period in the Chignik Lagoon until sockeye salmon escapement has been met. Although not explicitly clear, this proposal also likely intends to remove the restriction that the Chignik Bay and Central districts, as well as the Intercastle Cape subsection of the Western District, for the month of June, the Eastern District must open and close concurrently. Closing the Chignik Bay District until escapement is reached would likely increase fishing effort in the outside districts, increasing catch of non-local sockeye stocks, which may increase overall harvest in Chignik. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. However, if this proposal were adopted, the department would need clarification as to what escapement values are being used. This proposal could prevent the department from opening the Chignik Bay District in time to slow a strong sockeye salmon run if upper escapement values were used.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I personally don't think that this proposal gives the department enough flexibility to be able to react in certain situations that could arise depending on the different varying runs from year to year. So I'm still listening, but my initial reaction is to not support this time.
Thank you. I guess I'm just kind of trying to figure out what this proposal would do that was significantly different. I mean, we're managing in the lagoon already, is that correct? Mr. Avon.
It would prevent us from harvesting throughout the run, which we're directed to do in 5AC 39.
Thank you. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, so I'm not going to be supporting it. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal would be adopted, that may result in additional direct costs for some private persons to participate in the fishery, and that would not increase the cost to manage the fishery by the department. And I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Avon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 110. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zareh.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 111.
Proposal 111, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to increase commercial salmon fishing time and area in the Eastern District in August. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan that manages the Eastern District on the abundance of pink and chum salmon stocks during the month of August and pink chum and coho salmon after August. This would potentially allow more openings focused on pink and chum in portions of the Eastern District that would otherwise be closed if Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement was low. Increased fishing time in the Eastern District could reduce commercial fishing time in the Central and Chignik Bay districts due to incidental sockeye salmon harvest when the Eastern District would have otherwise been closed. The department is neutral in this proposal. It's unlikely to cause any conservation or management concerns.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd call the attention of the board to AC 05 from Eagle AC, where there's some discussion on whether the Chignik area management would, opening up the windows to fish pink and chum would intercept AYK bound Chinook and chum, and the response was the assessment from staff be very low and be very low chance of that happening. So I'll be supportive of this particular proposal 111.
Additional board discussion. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have in my notes here that potentially the department kind of already has the authority to do this in the way that the regulation is currently written, or my notes inaccurate?
Through the chair, we do have the ability to do this if we want to. This would probably clarify exactly when or when not we should, but it is something we can do and have done in the past.
Okay, I'm not going to be in support of this because it sounds like you have the authority to do this already, so perhaps providing some clarity on the record may be more beneficial than, I don't see the purpose of voting in support of this if it's already a tool that the department has.
I think that the department has EO authority to do it, but it provides a little bit more clarification and intent language about how and when. Is that a fair statement?
Madam Chair, yeah, that'd be a fair statement.
Thank you. Mr. Heimbach?
Just a quick question. Has there been any feedback from Kodiak ACs about the potential intercept problems associated with that fishery? Should it open?
Through the chair, I believe the Kodiak seiners have put in a few RCs talking to that potential. And yes, they have approached me about the potential of mixed stock harvest.
Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you. To answer Mr. Heimbach's question and the on-time public comments, in opposition was AC-8 Kodiak and PC-87 Kodiak seiners, and also Darren Platt, and he's, I guess, the chair of the Kodiak seiner group. So anyway, that was the opposition. It's pretty heavy from Kodiak. And with that being said, I'm probably not going to be in support of this proposal either, Madam Chair.
Any additional board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with Ms. Mitchell that the department has the tools necessary right now to do this currently, and I don't necessarily feel that creating new language is going to change their ability. So for that reason, I won't be supportive.
Thanks. I think I said, but I probably will be supporting it. Just if they already have the ability, this just provides a little bit of backbone to when they can do it, just to provide some of that Eastern District opportunity later in the season. Right, Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in additional direct costs for the department or the private person to participate in this fishery. And I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 111. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
No?
Wood.
Yes.
Zaray.
No.
Carpenter.
No?
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dorp.
Yes.
Motion fails. 2 in favor, 5 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 112.
Proposal 112, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to include a harvest cap in the Eastern District to reduce commercial salmon fishing time. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to take no action on this one based on the RC 184 with the author's request to withdraw support for this proposal.
Second, Nash, unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 112. Proposal number 113.
Proposal 113, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to require post-June commercial salmon fishing periods in portions of the Western and Perryville districts. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would require weekly 72-hour or longer openings in the south of the Cape Itke line in the inner Ivanhoe Bay statistical area within the Western and Perryville districts between July 6th and August 15th. This weekly opening would be reduced to 36 hours between July 6th and July 31st if a directed sockeye salmon fishery has not occurred in the Chignik area, and the department is not expecting the midpoint of the Chignik early run sockeye salmon escapement goal to be reached by July 31st. While these periods would be reduced in the case of a weak sockeye salmon run, this reduction will not be in effect after July 31st or if there are weak pink or chum salmon runs throughout this time. As written, this would inhibit the department's ability to close fishing in these areas even when significant numbers of sockeye, pink, and chum salmon are being caught when a run is weak. Since these required openings are in outside waters south of the ITKI line, it is likely that significant amounts of sockeye salmon would be caught, which may also reduce commercial time in the Chignik Bay and Central districts. The department is opposed to this proposal due to conservation concerns.
Thank you. Board discussion. So this is, I mean, I believe we heard in committee of the whole that this proposal was authored by an organization that doesn't exist. So for me, that makes the intent questionable. I also will note that there was significant opposition by, many of the ACs, Eagle, Fairbanks, Kodiak, Soundpoint, Kodiak Seiners Association, and even some local Chignik fishermen. So I won't be supporting this proposal at this time. Mr. Wood?
Just a comment, it doesn't go to the merits of the proposal itself, but when I saw the author, United Chignik Sound Fishermen, I had no idea who they were, and I called the chair, because she knows everything about Chignik. I'm trying to find out who this was. If there's any way that we can get to the bottom of who it is that's actually proposing, that's great, but we don't have staff to do it, just a frustration on my part, I guess.
Additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see any support for this anywhere in public testimony or public or committee of the whole. I won't be supporting it. And if this proposal would be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabun?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 113. Zure.
No.
Wood.
No.
Heimbach. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
Nope.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 114.
Proposal 114, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to allow post-June commercial salmon fishing periods in portions of the Eastern District. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments?
Madam Chair, I can read this outside of comments, but they're identical to the previous. It's just for the Eastern District as opposed to the Western Perryville one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will also reference my comments on proposal number 113. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, I too, Madam Chair, will reference my comments and everybody else's comments. There's no support for this. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct cost for the private person to participate in the department to manage. And I'll hold the questions in case anybody else wants to make a comment.
Any other board discussion?
Question?
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Rabun?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 114. Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zure.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach. Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
Nope.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 115.
Proposal 115, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan so that pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the Western and Perryville districts of Registration Area L will be managed based on the strength of the pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the Stepevac and Shumagon Island sections of Registration Area M. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments?
This proposal from July 9th through September 30th would direct the department to manage Western and Perryville districts of the CMA based on abundance pink, chum, and coho in the Stepevac and Shumagon Island area of Area M. Additionally, this proposal would require 48-hour commercial salmon fishing closures within a 7-day period in the Perryville district and Western district, specific stat areas, not the entire districts, in July and August. This closure would occur regardless of the department's evaluation of local pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in either the southeastern district of Area M or the Western and Perryville districts of the CMA. If Area M, pink, chum, or coho escapements are poor, this may result in a significant loss in harvest opportunities on local stocks returning to the Western Perryville districts. It's not clear how this proposal will direct the department to manage Western Perryville districts when local runs are poor, when the Stepevac and Shumagon Island sections experience runs sufficient to provide commercial salmon fishing. The department is opposed to this proposal due to conservation concerns.
Board discussion. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at some substitute language I found in RC 210, and I'm just wondering if the department's looked at that and if it would take away their uncomfort with this proposal, or discomfort, or whatever the word is. It's submitted by the author.
No, we'd still be uncomfortable. We'd still be managing cross boundaries.
Okay, I was just wondering if it was viable language. I know these people have a valid concern, and I was trying to figure out a way to get around it so we can help them out, but if it's still going to complicate management and that kind of thing, I'll stand down with that. And Madam Chair.
Any other board discussion? I'll echo the department's concerns. I won't be supporting this also. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question. Obviously, this type of approach is quite complicated for the department, but we heard in public comment yesterday, I think it was specifically to the Southeast District mainland, pink and chum local stock assessments that obviously you're probably doing with aerial surveys. But the comment was made that the upper bounds of the escapement goals for, I think it was said pink salmon specifically, have to be met before the ability to go out and conduct any harvest. Is that accurate, or please tell me what is accurate if it's not?
Through the chair, I'll be talking about Chignik specifically here. No, that's not accurate for Chignik at the very least. We do weekly surveys, and as long as I see a consistent increase of escapement, and like this last year, there were very few fishers, so we knew that they wouldn't be, getting every fish coming in, so they were fishing before final escapement values were reached.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen. Right. Mr. Zaray.
Yeah, I had something written down here. Somebody had testified something about 2 million humpies were not able to be harvested, and they still couldn't fish. There was 2 million humpies beyond the. I don't know the situation down there, so somebody enlighten me a little.
Unfortunately, Lisa Fox is not here, but I will try through the chair. So as I understood the situation, this has happened before in Southeast District mainland, we had a very dry period of time where the pink and chum were milling out front. And so we had a large amount. Well, we didn't want to fish on those, obviously, because they were not in the river yet. We did not have our escapement. And then we had a big rainstorm. We couldn't fly because of the weather, obviously. And the fish got sucked up in the system, but we still didn't know the escapement at that time. And so, yes, there was probably some foregone harvest because we weren't able to get up in the air and fly. But that's the way it goes. It's happened before. We try not to do that, but that happens sometimes.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not inclined to support this, even with the language that's offered in RC 210 if the department still had conservation concerns. But I will notice that there was a lot of support for this in the on-time public comments, but if the conservation concern's there, then I'm not going to be supporting it.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you. Basically going to say the same thing Ms. Mitchell did. I'll be, if this proposal were to be adopted, I believe it would result in the additional direct cost of the private person to participate nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybug.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 115. Carpenter.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 116.
Proposal 116, modify the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to manage the western Perryville districts of Registration Area L based on the strength of pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the Southeast District Mainland section of Registration Area M, 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
So from July 25th through September 30th, this would direct the department to manage the western Perryville districts of CMA based on abundance of pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the Southeastern District Mainland section of Registration Area M. Additionally, at least one 48-hour closure within any 7-day period would be required in the Perryville and western districts during this time. Again, it's not clear how this would direct the department to manage Perryville and western stocks when local runs are poor and the Stepavac Bay and Shumiga Islands experience runs sufficient to provide commercial fishing opportunity, although it does appear that the Perryville and western districts would not open in this scenario. If Area M pink, chum, or coho salmon escapement is poor, this may result in significant loss in harvest opportunities on local stocks returning to western Perryville districts. Like the previous, the department has opposed this proposal due to conservation concerns.
Thanks. I will reference my comments on the previous proposal and not be supporting. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Similar to Member Jensen's question on the last one, there has been substitute language that came forward in RC 211 on this. Would that address any of the conservation concerns in the proposal?
Through the chair, it still provides the difficulty of managing from other areas and sets up for a lot of lost harvest opportunity and overescapement of our local pink and chum systems.
Thank you for that. Then I'll reference my comments on the last proposal, and I will not be in support of this.
Mr.
If
Jensen.
this proposal to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in any additional direct costs for the private person to participate and nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 116. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 117.
Proposal 117, amend the fishing districts, sections, and subsections to increase fishing time and area by creating new sections in outside waters of the Chignik Management Area. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
So this would amend the fishing district sections and subsections by creating new outer sections further from inner bays in the eastern district of the Chignik Management Area. This changes already established section lines. The total fishing area would remain unchanged. The department was opposed to this proposal as it was tied to proposal 114, which we were also opposed to.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be in opposition to this proposal too by this fake group and won't support it. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll hold off on the question.
Yeah, I'll reference my comments on proposals number 13 and 14 as well. Question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 117. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails 0-7.
Proposal number 118.
Proposal 118, amend the districts, sections, and subsections and the management plan to increase commercial fishing time and area in the western Perryville districts in August. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments?
This proposal would modify the structure of the Western Perryville districts. It would adjust the Perryville and Western districts of the CMA with the intent to create sections separated by high and low sockeye salmon passage. This may allow for more targeted fishing periods within the Western Perryville districts during years of low sockeye salmon returns. Depending on how many sockeye salmon are harvested within the allowed terminal areas, this may reduce fishing time within the Central and Chignik Bay districts. The department is neutral on this proposal. We have one concern, and that is the proposed Devil's Bay subsection. We would prefer that that be included to also be managed on sockeye salmon escapement with the other outside areas.
So, Mr. Wood?
When Mr. Capone was up here, he raised that Devil's Bay as an issue. He had no objection to being isolated out. I don't see any RCs. Is there an RC I'm unaware of that did that?
No, there isn't. I had some discussion with the department last night about, developing a substitute language RC to carve or to exclude Devil's Bay where the department's line was drawn on their maps. I think it's, which figure is it? Anyways, the point being was that, it was going to be very time-consuming to drill down into all of the latitude and longitude, the directions. But that conceptually, we could offer the amendment to exclude Devil's Bay. They would have a good understanding of the board's intent based upon their maps and where that line was drawn. And if somebody was inclined to offer that language to exclude Devil's Bay, it would be easy for them to draft as long as they had clear intention to exclude that area, or to keep it closed.
But you need something on the record, correct? I would so move then.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion with respect to the amendment? I'll just offer, I think that, I think it's reasonable, and if the department can get the correct coordinates that they're comfortable with, the proposer didn't have any problem with that, and I would be supportive of the amendment. Mr. Wood?
I'd ask for unanimous consent on the amendment.
Mr. Heimbach?
As long as that applies to replacing the Devil's Bay subsection is mentioned, because it's mentioned in a couple places.
Correct. Yes, it is, and it would apply to both areas. I just get that confirmation on the record from the department, though.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a motion to amend. I've got a request for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment passes. So we have proposal 118 as amended before us for discussion. I'm going to be supportive as amended. I think it addresses the department's concern. I think this is an attempt to create some opportunity on harvest and pink and chums while acknowledging, the intent to avoid sockeye harvest in this area, especially because there is some mixed stock passage here, and so it would allow these folks to have some opportunity up in the bays when escapements allow. So I'm going to be supportive of it. Any additional discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the department have any concerns specific to this expanded area in regards to peak timings of sockeye runs outside of the Chignik management area? And maybe that might be a question for somebody outside of your area, but I'm speaking specifically maybe in places on Kodiak.
Through the chair, I can try to answer. There was some concerns at any time. There was talk of expanding fisheries outside of the current management plan. Does the department have concerns? It's an allocative issue, so we'd be neutral on it.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have concerns. I look at this as an expanding fishery. I looked at comments from the Kodiak folks, and they're feeling the same way. And I'd like to give more opportunity to the Chignik folks, but I also don't want to cut off anybody else down the line, because that's one of the biggest areas of mixed stock fishery. So I won't be supporting this, Madam Chair.
So is the effect of the proposal to sort of cut off, you know, the Cape fishing in that area, or the potential for Cape fishing, and push them up into the bays where we know there's known local stocks of pink and chum?
Through the chair, yeah.
So currently, right now, as it's written, you could open them up on local stocks, and they could have that, the potential to harvest non-local sockeye in the area based on escapement. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah. When we have done stuff like this previously within specifically the last 5 years, the difference is currently our inter-bay statistical areas are a little bit closer to the terminal areas, and these do expand them slightly.
But the expansion is to target up into the bays on local stocks
Madam Chair, yes.
and exclude the capes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Madam Chair, if this proposal would be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost of the private person to participate, nor the Department of Management. I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 118 as amended. Heimbach.
Yes.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 129.
Proposal 119, amend allowable
I'm
gear
sorry,
in the
thanks.
Chignik, in the Chignik management area to include troll gear, create a management plan to include a commercial troll fishery, and amend regulations in Chapter 29, salmon troll fishery to include the Chignik management area, 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area 7 Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would create a commercial salmon troll fishery in the CMA targeting coho salmon, although other salmon species would likely be harvested. Given the limited history of multiple gear types in the CMA, the overall effect of this proposal on local and non-local salmon stocks is uncertain. The department recommends deferral on this proposal, instead of asking for board direction. The department would require substantial lead time prior to prosecuting a commercial salmon troll fishery in order to assess the effects of troll gear and effort on local and non-local stocks.
Board discussion, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question for the staff. If something like this were to be passed, would it end up having treaty implications?
Through the chair, that's probably better for the director.
Commissioner.
This is, it's outside the treaty area for Southeast Alaska. But every time we increase harvest potential in king salmon in the Gulf of Alaska, it raises the specter that those fish could potentially be treaty fish, so. But right now, it's outside the treaty area.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, the reason I asked that question is because we've had a run at this same type of proposal from the Kodiak area, and the answers were the same. It was one thing, you need more time to assess how it's going to be worked or played out, and the other is the possible treaty implications. And right now, sure, treaty stuff is really close, so I just didn't want to end up, I'm not saying I don't support this, but, well, I don't support it right now, but I'd like to see what the department found if they looked into it a little further.
Mr. Wood.
The way I'm looking at the department comments, and if I'm wrong, I'd like to know that, is that they're not object to the merits of what's trying to be done here, but they think the process is such that we have to coordinate back and forth with CFEC. We had a situation similar to that drug on for years because one party would defer to the other and vice versa, so that nothing constructive moved forward. Should we somehow give some indication of approval so that at least one party says, yes, we're in favor of this, and let the other respond? I'd like to know how we get off a dead center here.
Mr. Jensen, or I'm sorry, Aaron Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the question just raised by Member Wood, Chair Haight of the CFEC is familiar with the issue that Member Wood just raised, and he wrote a very helpful letter to address that concern. And I would just direct members to that letter. Chair Haight recommends, or states, that if the board were to pass the proposal, the CFEC would then take it up through their process, which is essentially what I say in my memo as well. Of course, each body has an independent duty, and one doesn't control the other, but both would have to take action in order for this proposal to come to fruition.
Madam Chair, I don't have a copy of that letter. Could it be made part of the record so that we have it clear?
It's in your RC1 binder,
Which one?
the CFEC letter from Director Haight is in the RC1 binder.
One, okay.
I guess I'll just add a couple comments for the record while we're thinking about it. Like, I appreciate what the proposer is trying to do. I think others do as well, looking for some way to create some opportunity on coho. I'm not supportive of the proposal irrespective of, you know, the conundrum with the CFEC, just because we've got a stock of designated concern on Chinook. We know that Chinook are caught with troll gear, you know, whether they're present or not around this time, I don't know, but at this time, I'm not supportive of it, and I know that there was significant discussion at the local AC, at the Chignik AC, and they ended up opposing it as well. So at this time, I'm not going to be supportive of the proposal. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage. I'll call the question.
Question's been called. There's an omissions, Director Avon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 119. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails. 1 in favor, 6 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 132.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Jeff Wadley. Proposal 132, amend the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan to reflect changes to Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goals. 5AAC 09.360 Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to substitute language at RC 217.
Second.
Yeah, I'll speak to the language found in RC 217. So this is conforming language that was prepared to help clean up the management plan based on the actions that we took with 105 in RC 219, maybe? Anyways, it's conforming language. And I would just ask the department to make sure that that's correct.
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. It encompasses all the OEG language, and so yes.
Mr. Wood?
Madam Chairman, if that's all it's doing, I would ask the unanimous consent on the motion to substitute.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, we have the language found in RC 217 in front of us. And like I said, it's conforming language to clean up the management plan and to reflect the early and late run optimal escapement goals. And that's pretty much it. Oh, I will also say that it does address the department's language with respect to Orzinski Bay and the change of that escapement goal language to clean up that as well, correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell?
So essentially, this is kind of a housekeeping proposal now that we've made the regulatory changes that we have in the RC 217. Basically would be what the department proposal would have looked like, given the changes that we made in the proposals that we just passed.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And I will be in support of this housekeeping proposal.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct cost of the private person to participate in the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybon?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Franzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 132 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 217. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries, 6 in favor, 1 against, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And as the department indicated during, I think it was deliberations in Group 2, we needed to postpone adoption or discussion on or deliberation on proposal number 130 until after we had taken action on 132. So I'd like to bring proposal number 130 back before the board for deliberation.
For the record, Tyler Lawson. Madam Chair, Proposal 130, 5AAC 09360 Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
It's already on the floor.
Okay, motion to adopt 130?
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, effects of this proposal, there be no change in fishing time in Orzinski Bay from July 1st to July 25th. Beginning July 1, current regulations exclude Orzinski Bay from being required to commercial fish no more than an aggregate of 96 hours during a 7-day period. Therefore, this proposal, as written, emulates current regulations, and after July 25th, an increase of fishing time could occur in Orzinski Bay if escapement goals for Orzinski Lake were being met. As far as department comments, the department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal, and some clarification would be beneficial to state whether the intent of the board is to allow Orzinski Bay to remain open continuously after July 25th. I believe you just addressed that with the language that was in Proposal 132.
Board discussion. I have a question. So are we specific just to Orzinski Bay in this period, or does it expand to the entire, to the northwest step-back section in its entirety?
Madam Chair, 1 second. I just want to make sure that I address this correctly.
Is the way I read it, it says you can open the northwest step-back section, including all of Orzinski Bay. I just want to make sure that I'm reading that correctly.
Madam Chair, I believe that's correct. Yes, it would also open that other area as well.
Thank you. If that's the case, then I'm going to be opposed to this because based on the department's report titled, roll back up to the title, Genetic Stock Composition of the Commercial Harvest of Salmon, Sockeye Salmon in the Southeast District Mainland Alaska Peninsula Management Area, 2010 through 2012. The department's report indicates a large presence of Chignik-bound sockeye in that section at that time, and I will not be supporting it because, again, we've got some escapements to meet and a stock to rebuild, and so I can't be supportive of this at this time. Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, based on what Member Carlson Van Dort said, and also, just kind of a clarifying question, because I also read in the department comments that the department feels that this would be a valuable tool in managing escapement in Orzinski Lake. I guess kind of what would be the impact of this proposal? Would it be really impacting Chignik-bound fish, or would it be providing the department a better management tool? I'm trying to weigh the benefits here, and there's not a lot of talk about the Chignik-bound stocks, and so I'm asking the department to comment on that based on Member Carlson Van Dort's comments.
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair. So one clarification. So as far as open it to the Stepavac and other areas, that would only occur if Orzinski is exceeding its escapement goal. So it would be a good management tool for us to have in that respect. As far as the Chignik-bound fish, I mean, I'd refer you to WASP, and I'm not sure if Jeff wants to kind of chime in and elaborate any more there.
I don't have that information right in front of me, so no, I would rather not chime in right now. But I can later through the chair.
Well, the time is now. I'm just trying to pull up the section where it talks about Northwest Stepavac, Chignik stock composition.
Follow up then?
Oh, here it is. Go ahead, follow up.
Thanks. We also have additional language offered in RC 148, RC 153, and RC 76. Would any of those, the language in those, kind of address any of the concerns that Member Carlson Van Dort brought up?
Through the chair, that's going to take me a little time to go through all of those RCs. I have not done that yet. So if you'd like me to do that, I would ask for a stand down for 5 minutes or so.
Okay, let's take a quick stand down. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you. We paused in the middle of deliberations on 130. Some questions around sort of scope, I guess, and also some of the RC language, and hopefully some clarity has been established. Will the department like to speak to that, please?
For the record, Tyler Lawson. Madam Chair, yes, so just to clarify, after looking at this, this language refers specifically to Orzinski Bay, although we did provide a lot of background on the regulations for the overall sediment management plan and SEPAVAC and other areas. Again, just to be clear, it just applies to Orzinski Bay there.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Given that, it sounds like this would be a pretty important tool for the department that they could utilize this in controlling escapements in the Orzinski area and kind of remove some of the concern that Member Carlson Van Dort presented had this area been more expansive than we originally had thought. So I'm going to be in support of this.
Any other board discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person participating in the Department of Management. I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called errors and omissions. Director Abong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
We caught ya. So my request is for whether or not there are any errors and omissions with respect to Proposal 130.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 130. Jensen.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So that leaves the action plans, and so I think at this time, given some of the actions that the board has taken in this group, we need a little bit of time to sort through the action plans a little bit and get things sorted out. So I'd like to take up the action plans and also committee group 5 right after lunch. So let's go ahead and take about an hour and a half lunch break. Let's come back together at 12:45 to do action plans and Group 5 deliberations. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record. The time is 1:03, and before we take up discussion on action plans, I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to put on the record that I intend to make a motion to reconsider Proposal 109. It's come to my attention that there was some new information that I was unaware of when we voted on that proposal. I believe that the intent is to bring the motion to reconsider up a little bit later in the meeting, and I will have an RC submitted by then that will speak directly to the information that was overlooked, or I was unaware of at the time of voting.
Thanks. Thanks, Ms. Mitchell. We will go ahead and take up that reconsideration after we conclude deliberations on Group 5. All right, we have the action plans before us that were presented way back in staff comments. And let's go ahead and take up, let's start with RC4, I think. And if the staff would just help remind us what was discussed and what you had presented, just kind of trigger our memories a little bit, please, about what the options are.
Okay, Madam Chair, so just a summary of the options that we're seeing up on the screen right here. Sorry, I lost my page. There we go.
What page is that?
It's page 15 of RC04. So essentially, the summary, we have, to go along with the action plan, the department has come up with 3 options for commercial fisheries. Would you like me to go ahead and summarize each option?
Yes, please.
Okay, Madam Chair. The first one is status quo, maintain current regulations. Basically, it just uses current regulations. The second one is restrict openings in the Chignik Bay District until the department determines the midpoint of the first half of the Chignik sockeye run will be achieved. It also talks about the RCO 104 and to fit, and that would, so this goes with the single run goal, it would fit to the midpoint goal. And since we're doing an OEG, since we have an OEG in front of us, it'll be a little bit different. But that's a board action, needed to create regulations. And then number 3 for the commercial fisheries actions, same action as number 2 with the addition of reducing fishing time in the Shumagon Islands in the 3rd and 4th period instead of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And this would also require board action. The subsistence would be status quo, maintain current EO management for subsistence harvest. For sport fisheries, actions would be, the first one is status quo, continue to use EO authority to manage the Chignik River sockeye salmon stock to achieve the escapement goal and rebuild from the recent period of low productivity. This would use EO authority to restrict Chignik River sockeye salmon sport fishery with additional restrictions or closures as needed. The second action would be reduce the bag limit for the Chignik River sockeye salmon sport fishery by regulation. This would require board action and regulation. And the third one is to close the Chignik River sport fishery. This would also require board action.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Question to the chair. Are we now at the point in time that we wish to put motions on the floor as to which of the options we wish?
Yeah, I think I'd like to take up the commercial fishing action alternatives, and then let's do the subsistence action alternatives, and then the sport fishing action alternatives separately. So right now, I would like to discuss the commercial fishing action alternatives only.
Thank you. I would move action number 1, status quo. And by status quo, I think we're all talking about the same thing, but I just want to make sure. And there was just an RC submitted, 221, which in their support of action number 1 states action number 1 option is the agreement reached in the 2022 record copy 104 signed by area emphasaners and Chignik Intertribal Coalition. That is my intent of what status quo is when I put the motion on the floor to adopt the status quo.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. And so just for clarification, that maintains the department's EO authority to implement RC 104 as it relates to the current management plan that we just adopted. Is that correct? Is that the understanding of the department?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, board discussion on that alternative.
I don't really have a whole lot of discussion that had taken place already. It seems to be the option that not only are everybody on the same sheet of music on what's best for the fishery, but it actually was implemented and worked. So I want to stick with what I know has worked, and I will be supporting the motion to adopt action number 1 on the commercial.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I agree with you. I think that if we have some consensus around that alternative, I would like to see it continue to be implemented as needed. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I concur with my fellow board members' comments on this. I was a part of that agreement when it came forward in 2022, and it seemed to have some positive results, and both parties seem to agree with continuing on with those level of restrictions, so I'll be in support of that as well.
All right. Mr. Wood.
Ask unanimous consent?
I have a request for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to alternative 1, status quo, with maintaining the EO authority to implement RC 104? Hearing no objection, so moved. Let's take up the subsistence alternatives at this time. Just quickly walk through those subsistence alternatives again.
Sure, Madam Chair. So essentially, the subsistence one is also status quo. It would maintain current EO management for subsistence harvest.
Thank you. Anybody like to move alternative number 1 for subsistence?
Since there's no alternative number 2, I guess. I guess we just confirm or affirm that that is what will be the subsistence action plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board selects subsistence alternative number 1. Let's talk about sport fishing alternatives, please.
Madam Chair, so Jay Balmer, a regional management coordinator for the record. Option number 1 for the sport fishery is status quo, and this is continue using EO authority to manage the Chignik River sockeye salmon stock to achieve the escapement goal and rebuild from recent periods of low productivity. And no board action is required for this one. Sport fish option number 2 would reduce the bag limit for the Chignik River sockeye salmon sport fishery by regulation. This would create, so this would have to be a board action to create some regulatory language. And sport fishing option number 3 is to close the Chignik River sport fishery for king salmon. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, I don't believe the sports fishery really catches any significant numbers to be overly concerned about, so I'll move status quo just so we don't disrupt whatever small sports fishery might be there. And beyond that, I have no strong preference. I don't see why we should be dealing with the bag limits or closure.
I'll second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board selects sport fishing alternative number 1 for the Chignik River sockeye salmon action plan. I think that concludes direction with respect to the sockeye action plan. Let's go ahead and switch gears to the Chignik River king salmon action plan.
Madam Chair, so the Chignik River king salmon action plan is going to be summarized on the screen there, but I'll run through that table just really quickly. So there's basically 4 options for the commercial fisheries, 1 option for the subsistence, and then 4 options for the sport fishery. The commercial fishery option number 1 is status quo, maintain current EO management to apply non-retention of commercial caught king salmon 28 inches or greater when the Chignik River king salmon run is determined to be weak. So there would be no board action necessary for that one option. Option number 2 would be to restrict the Chignik Bay and Central Districts, as well as Castle Cape section of the Western District, to non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater until the department determines the BEG or the Chignik River King Run will be achieved. This would require some board action. The next option would be to restrict the CMA to non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater until August 6th. And the final action would be to limit fishing time in Chignik Bay, Central, and Western Districts in July. If you want me to continue through the other, or pause right there?
Let's just pause right there, and we'll, thank you. We'll discuss the commercial fishing options at this time. Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, I'm not nearly as familiar with this particular set of options as you are, and I'd love to hear what your recommendation might be.
So I'm going to ask the department that really the difference between 1 and 2, I mean, you have EO authority now to manage and restrict throughout the entire CMA for retention in the commercial fleet, right?
Through the chair, yes. So the biggest difference between number 1 and 2 is the fact that 1 would be preemptive, whereas 1 is after observing some portion of the run that has already passed. So historically, those actions haven't taken until around sometime the beginning of the second week of July, where oftentimes 40 to 50% of the king run has already gone by.
Okay, I think given that explanation, I would be amenable to either 1 or number 2. I mean, if we're trying to avoid kings, then I think it's appropriate to just sort of do a preemptive action and let the commercial fleet know that you can't keep any of these kings irrespective of the timing. That would be my recommendation. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe just a question for the department specific to option number 2, which requires board action. Is your ability to have a clear understanding prior to the commencement of the commercial fishery and the CMA specific to trying to meet the king salmon escapement goal? Do you feel that trying to use your EO authority in season based on information that's provided throughout the season along with escapement numbers that you can clearly identify, is that an easier tool, or is board direction that specifically gives you clear guidance from the beginning of the season, is that going to allow you to have a better chance to meet your escapement goals, I guess is my question.
Through the chair, yeah, I believe it would probably give us a better chance of achieving those goals. Since this king run is pretty small, it's hard to tell sometimes if it's just late or weak. And so this would be a more conservative approach.
Mr. Heimbach.
I just had one question about non-retention. So that gear in that area is seine gear. So non-retention of kings requires what specific action by the fishermen?
Through the chair, specifically, the fishermen are required to release the king salmon back into the water alive.
So if I understand you correctly, they have to handle those fish, and they're going to be required to actually throw them back overboard.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Any other board discussion? I'll need a motion to recommend commercial fishing alternative number 2.
Second.
I need a motion for it.
Oh, I thought that's what you did. Okay. I would move option number 2 in the commercial.
I'll second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board's recommendation is to implement commercial fishing option number 2 with respect to the Chignik River King Management, or King Salmon Action Plan. Moving on to sport fishing alternatives.
For the sport fishing options, there are 4 of them. The first option would be status quo, which would be continue to use EO authority to manage the Chignik River king salmon stock to achieve escapement goal and rebuild from recent periods of low productivity. And so no board action was required for that option. The next option would be to limit the harvest of Chignik River king salmon by reducing bag possession annual limit. And that option, as well as the following sportfish options, would require some sort of board direction. The next option would be limit the harvest of king salmon, would be to restrict the Chignik River sport fishery by creating a non-retention fishery for king salmon and restrict the use of bait and treble hooks. And the final option would be to close the Chignik River king salmon sport fishery by regulation and restrict the use of bait and treble hooks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess as I think about this, I think my recommendation would just be to maintain the department's EO authority. Both of the guide outfits that have operated in the Chignik management area in the past are no longer in business, and so the sport harvest, I think, could be really small. So, I mean, I guess my recommendation would probably be to just go with sport fishing alternative number 1. But I will entertain board discussion and/or a motion.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question for the department. Understanding what the chair just said in regards to the sport fish outfitters, I guess, that used to operate in this area, is there much outside influence or outfitting that would be more of a transitory nature that might want to participate in this particular area, or is the size of the runs and the predictability is that just not really a factor?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, that has not been a factor to my knowledge, at least lately. There's just, occasional unguided effort, I should say, or low unguided effort. And then in the past, there was, talking maybe several decades ago, there was some transient guide effort of folks who would make seasonal camps there. But as the chair mentioned a little bit ago, there was 2 permanent guide operators in the area that are no longer operating, and that was the bulk of the sport fishery.
I'll also just add that you kind of need a place to stay there. And so if you're transient, you might be moving through on a boat. A lot of the lands, if you're planning to camp, are privately held around the area by Alaska Native Village corporations. So it's pretty remote and difficult to access, is my opinion.
Well, Madam Chair, I would move that option number 1, status quo, continued use of EO authority by the department.
Second, and I ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, sounds like the board's recommendation to the department is sport fishing alternative number 1 with respect to the action plan, and then subsistence, please.
Sure, Madam Chair, the subsistence option is, there's only one option listed, and it is status quo. And so this department would maintain current EO management for a reasonable opportunity for success in the subsistence harvest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a motion to recommend option number 1 formally?
Motion to use the sole subsistence number 1 as the option, Madam Chair.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, subsistence alternative number 1 it is. And that concludes, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, but we have been told repetitively that we have no ability to direct the department to do specific research projects. But now that I got the action plan in front of me, and part of it is a research plan, I'm going to ask that it be added in, that research be conducted to determine the mortality rate of the non-retention of commercially caught king salmon, so that we have some handle on what has taken place there. But there's no second, so maybe we won't do it.
Was that a motion, Mr. Wood?
Yes, it is.
I'll second that for discussion.
I have a question. I think that there's similar non-retention, maybe it's in the Kodiak management area. Has there been any studies done on king salmon retention mortality or non-king salmon retention mortality in seine fleets?
Madam Chair, I know there has been, it has not happened in Kodiak. I believe it was down in BC or something like that. We could probably find that information. I also would like to point to our conditions for delisting as a stock concern that the board might want to talk about.
Thanks. Which page is that, please?
So just regarding Mr. Wood's question, there have been some studies that have been done that looked at the rates of mortality that are assumed for seine fisheries and other kinds of fisheries, and they're applied in our incidental mortality rates in the treaty. So we have not done direct studies of that ourselves, but there are some. We could provide you with an assessment of what's been done at the treaty level in terms of what the assumed rates of mortality are for those fisheries.
Madam Chair, if I might, that would serve my purpose. If there's existing research already done that you feel comfortable is reliable and up to date on the seine caught fish, I'd be more than happy with that.
Yeah, recently the treaty Chinook Technical Committee looked at the questions of incidental mortality releases associated with seine fisheries and gillnet fisheries. So we could provide you that report.
Fantastic. Thank you. See, you did the job real quick and easy. Huh? Yeah, I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you. Even though I'd love the opportunity to direct the department to do something.
Concurrence to the second.
Okay, let's discuss delisting conditions for the king salmon.
Madam Chair, so the criteria, the conditions that were listed out in the action plan are: first, if the lower bound of the BEG range is met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years or 4 out of 6 consecutive years, the department is expecting to meet the goal, and the department is expecting to meet the goal in the future years, department will recommend removing Chignik River king salmon as a stock of management concern at the first Chignik board meeting after this condition is met. Also, the management measures could be relaxed in specific areas if updated data indicate areas where restrictions are no longer needed to ensure the escapement goal is met. Or in the event that 2 consecutive years of escapement are near the upper bound or above the BEG range, management restrictions may be relaxed or set aside using EO authority.
Board discussion?
Madam Chair, if I might. We're on the King plan right now. Had it been on a sockeye plan, I was going to move it to midpoint, but since the agreement was predicated upon low point, I didn't make such a motion. Here I have really no strong preference whether it pivots on low point, midpoint, or high end. And I'd like to know what the reasoning is to use the low end when we're dealing with a stock that's obviously trying to recover.
Mr. Wood, through the chair, just generally, the king salmon run in Chignik is very small, and as you've seen, the range is very narrow. So, as well as our precision to manage that run, being a weak stock in the area, is much less than other fisheries. So, hopefully that answers your question for the reasoning for those.
Well, the low point or midpoint, regardless of the size of the stock, wouldn't seem to make the decision to whether you want to have more fish available since they're basically in decline.
To the chair, to Mr. Wood, this is very similar language used in other places, and it's only a recommendation. So if you'd like us to consider something else, that is up to you guys, the board, to make that recommendation.
Madam Chair, I'm going to put on the floor that we change from low bound to midpoint so that I can get some discussion and see what the feeling is of the body.
I'll second that for discussion purposes, but I have a question time comes.
Okay, so I think that, just to be clear, that we're talking about, like, a potential amendment to condition number 1, which would be to if the mid-bound of the BEG range is met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Heimbach?
I follow all that. I guess I have some concerns about consistency in release and the reasons for release. And it goes directly back to we have a major stock of concern on the Yukon. I know it's not apples and apples exactly, but in one place we're going to encourage the exact kind of practice we discouraged in chum chucking or whatever we call it. I just want to make sure that the release of salmon, we can presuppose that that they will survive. I mean, I think that's the basic thing behind I might have this wrong, Madam Chairman, but the onus against people releasing chums in a previous meeting was that we were
Mr. Heimbach, we're
Yes.
talking about the conditions for release and whether a mid or a lower bound is acceptable. The conditions for delisting.
Oh, just the conditions for?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
well, thank you.
Did you have any comments with respect to the mid or the lower bound? Okay. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe just a question for the department specific to using the lower or the mid range. Does the department feel that by meeting the lower bound over a course of 3 consecutive years or 4 out of 6 consecutive years is a threshold that's high enough to meet long-term sustainability?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, the short answer is yes. We've reviewed this goal, like many others, through the escaping goal process, and the goal, as written, is intended to provide our best estimate of being confident of future productions and as well as sustained yield if it falls within that range.
And then maybe a follow-up, if I would. And then specific to the escapement goal, the BEG, one of the components described in the definition of a BEG is that it provides for the greatest potential for maximum sustained yield. Does providing enough escapement at the lower level in the long term get us back to that, or would moving that to the midpoint create a greater potential of that in the future?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, I think that probably is beyond that's probably more detailed than our latest spawner recruit analysis got. And as well as if the information was there, I'd have to go back and look at that information. We'd have to do some analysis to kind of pull that out specifically.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the department. Is the conditions for delisting here and the use of the lower bound specifically kind of what's used across the state for other stocks of concern and delisting criteria?
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, this wording is very similar to both the Karlik and Ikulik action plans for Kings.
Yeah, with that, I don't see a need to change it to the mid-bound. Keeping uniformity in the way that we examine stocks for delisting is in my interest.
I think I agree with Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Zaray.
And I agree, too.
No, I've gotten direction from the remainder of the board. I'll withdraw the motion.
I concur.
I'll make a motion to approve the delisting conditions outlined in the RC 005.
Second.
Option 1.
Option 1.
Is there any board discussion? Any additional board discussion? Mr. Wood?
I don't believe these are options. I think this is a total package as to what's to be done on the relaxing and delisting. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think you're right. Yeah, sorry about that. We're approving the conditions for delisting, and I think that the motion would be to approve the conditions for delisting. So, yeah, you were correct in your first motion. And we had a second. Is there, would the
Thank
board
you.
like to vote on this?
On accepting it, yes. Not as option one, just accepting the entire
Okay,
delisting.
all right.
yes.
Mr. Nelson?
On approving the delisting conditions. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Jensen. Oh, that's right, he's absent. My apologies. Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and because we didn't discuss the delisting conditions for the sockeye action plan, let's go back and discuss those, please. Kind of rolled right through them. So that's RC 004, page 17.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Essentially, the conditions are very similar, exactly the same to the king salmon. The only issue, or the only thing would change, would be changing the biological escapement goal range to an optimal escapement goal range. And I can read those off if you'd like again.
Please.
If the lower bound of the optimal escapement goal range for July 10th, I don't have that number in front of me, is met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years, and the department is expecting to meet the goal range in future years, or is met in 4 out of 6 consecutive years, then the department is expecting to meet the goal range in future years. The department will recommend removing Chignik River sockeye salmon as a stock of management concern at the first Chignik board meeting after this condition is met. Number 2, in-season management measures would be relaxed in other areas if escapement numbers are being met and CMA commercial salmon permit holders are fishing. And number 3, in the event that 2 consecutive years of escapements are near the upper bound of the optimal escapement goal range or above the range, management restrictions may be relaxed or set aside using EO authority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just for clarity, those numbers will be, the correct numbers will be inserted as long as the board intent is clear.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any board discussion on the conditions for reducing management restrictions for delisting and stock of concern for Chignik River sockeye? Mr. Wood?
The only thing I'm trying to check, Madam Chairman, perhaps staff can help me, is that language OEG's in there, that motion that we're getting ready to adopt?
He did just read that the lower bound of the optimal escapement goal, so where in this language it says biological, it would be placed with the word optimal, and then the corresponding number for the goal range for July 10th on one would be determined, and same with the third criteria as well.
Then with those on the record, I would move to adopt the listing plan, I guess is how you put it.
I'll second. I'm not going to use unanimous consent because I think there might be a question here.
Point being is that the criteria will be the optimal escapement goal, not the biological escapement goal.
Yes, that's correct. And I think Carl has a little bit to say too.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah, I just heard, sorry, Madam Chair, I heard Wood mention the July 10th date, and I would just make sure to clarify whether that you're talking about the OEG goal by July 10th or just for our apportionment of the early run.
I'm using your language, it's in the criteria.
Right, that language was developed, the July 10th language was developed around this single run goal as opposed to, portioning it out as we normally would.
When is what is the date that the department considers the end of the early run?
Madam Chair, approximately the last day of July.
July 31?
Yes.
Would that more appropriately say July 31?
Madam Chair, I would not use a date because that would be including late run fish. I would just explicitly mention that it's of our analysis of that stock. I would leave out the date. The date was put in place with the intent of the single run goal.
Okay, so it would read, if the lower bound of the optimal escapement goal range for the early run is met or exceeded in 3 consecutive years, and the department is expecting to meet the goal range in future years, blah, blah, blah. Correct?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Mr. Wood?
Madam Chair, I think that's the exact wording that Mr. Carpenter and I put on the floor.
Okay, thank you, just checking. So I have a motion, I have a second, we have clarity. Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll?
On the motion. Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen. I did it again. Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Charles Van Dorp.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0, Madam Chair.
Okay, does the department need any more clarity with respect to the action plans? Thank you very much, gentlemen, appreciate it. Give you guys a chance to swap out, and then we'll get into group 5. Okay, group 5, proposal number 120.
For the record, my name is Charles Russell. I'm the North Alaska Peninsula Area Management Biologist. Proposal 120, modify fishing periods in the Northern District, 5 AAC 09.320, fishing periods 5 AAC 09.369, Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Move to adopt proposal 120.
Second.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yep, move to substitute language found in RC 131.
Second.
Right, will the department please put comments on the record?
hold on a second. The effect of this proposal were adopted. This would impose mandatory windows or closures throughout the Northern District fisheries from June 1st through July 15th. According to this proposal, fishing time within the Nelson River, Port Molar Bight, Bear River, Three Hills, Ilnick, and Outer Port Hayden sections will be tied to both the Nelson River and Bear River having achieved their minimum periodic escapement goals throughout the season before fishing could occur. And it would also institute mandatory 4-day closures from June 1st through June 19th and 3-day closures from June 20th through July 15th for the entire North Alaska Peninsula. Unlike the existing abundance-based management plan, lost harvest opportunity and surplus escapement would likely occur under this proposal, since it is expected that a mandatory closure specified in regulation would allow more fish to migrate into rivers and likely exceed escapement goals. The department opposes mandatory windows in the existing abundance-based management plan due to conservation concerns. Mandatory windows would result in an overescapement and lost harvest opportunity.
Thank you. And can the department put any comments on the record just in terms of the effects of 131? Rather, just what 131 does. Let me clarify that.
Yes, 131 institutes from June 20th to July 20th, 96-hour consecutive closures in the Bear River, Three Hills, and Ilnick section. The fishery would basically be open for a normal 3-day period and a 7-day period, and then all those sections would close for 4 days. And if we were exceeding our interim weekly escapement objectives at the Bear, Ilnick, and Sandy River, we could then open from the shore out to 1.5 miles during that 96-hour consecutive closure.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, would you like to add anything to the substitute language?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Nelson Lagoon AC is a newly formed AC, and they communicated me some oversight when they originally drafted their language in Proposal 120. So we worked through and made sure that the intent of their proposal was reconstructed and submitted into regulatory language for purpose of being what is discussed and deliberated at the board. So I went ahead and assisted in that process, and yeah, and I guess does the department still have the same concerns with the mandatory windows that they did in Proposal 120 that they do in the same concerns that they had in 120 with the mandatory window closures in RC 131?
Yeah, yes, we would still have the same concerns as the original proposal.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the substitute language, I think the department's comments regarding their ability to manage the Northern District effectively with the language found in the substitute language would be difficult. I think specific to the escapement goals in the northern districts for the Bear, Sandy, and Nelson Rivers over a course of many, many years has demonstrated that the management plan that is currently in place is very effective. I think speaking directly to the rolling closures, I think there are places, and I think that we've demonstrated that this week, that there are places where rolling closures do make sense. I think the state utilizes them in many places, but in this particular instance, we're dealing with a management plan that has specific escapement goals within river corridors within this management unit. So I don't think that it's necessarily practical in this point. I have some more comments, but I'll reserve them at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just reiterate the same comments that I had the other day. I was fishing out in this area when OPH was established, and there was a purposeful reason behind moving this fleet north, and was partially to create more buffer for Nelson Lagoon. I worry that the language in the way it's written right now, allowing for the fleet to move down towards Bear River, is actually going to have the impact of moving the fleet 60 miles closer to Nelson Lagoon. And although these are speculative things, I just can't see rationale for providing a means wherewithin we're going to provide for more escapement in Bear River. It was going to have the effect of moving the fleet down there, which is completely counter to what Nelson Lagoon, I actually think, wants.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you. I certainly respect the experience of Mr. Heimbach in the fishery. That's very helpful, and I thank you. Take a look at RC 197, because after this RC 131 was submitted, Peter Pan submitted another proposal, RC, and it does not appear that they would reopen Port Mola next season, and their processing facilities there, which would be a huge impact in that area. In fact, Nelson Lagoon receives a lot of the ice, et cetera, and other supplies through that facility. I don't want to jeopardize that for not only the Nelson Lagoon people, but everyone in the surrounding area. So I'll be a no vote not only on the version set out in RC 131, but also on the main proposal 120.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do realize that the escapement goal's been met, I think 19 out of 20 some odd years. But there is kind of concern about, and we heard from public testimony and during the committee of the whole process that, you know, folks fishing in the Nelson Lagoon area are having a hard time getting a harvestable surplus, and there was concern about maybe potentially in the future not being able to meet escapement goals. Does the department feel that they have tools to be able to take action to make sure those escapement goals are being met if they're forecasted not to, or if it's looking scarce during the season?
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, yes, we do. In fact, we did that in 2022. We had 2 closures, about 60 hours in length, trying to get additional escapement towards Nelson Lagoon, up in the Ilnik section, and in the second closure was within the Bear River, Three Hills, and Ilnik section.
Is there any information that could be provided with respect to whether or not the folks of Nelson Lagoon are meeting their subsistence needs? Does Nelson Lagoon have an ANS specifically? Ms. Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amount reasonably necessary for the Alaska Peninsula is for the whole peninsula and for salmon. Although if you look at the additional report number 3 on the board's website, there is Appendix F1, page 158, that shows in 2021 the total harvest of salmon for Nelson Lagoon and Port Moller is 184, whereas the total harvest in prior years, 2020, 2019, 2018, runs from 784 fish to 440 fish. Thank you.
Thank you. So that tells me that there's kind of a significant reduction in their harvest or their ability to harvest for whatever reason. And I'm not sure 184 fish is enough for families. I don't know. I don't know what the population of Nelson Lagoon is. So that concerns me. So, I mean, I'm looking at this through not just escapement goal lens, but also whether or not these folks have opportunity to meet their subsistence needs. It sounds like that's perhaps not the case, if I had to guess, let alone any type of harvestable surplus. So I'm kind of torn on this one. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too agree that if subsistence was not, well, if there was not enough fish being put into the system to meet the subsistence needs, I would be very much concerned with that also. The only reference that I really have is to, I also don't know how many people live there necessarily on a year-round basis, but I have to look at the escapement goals, and I would assume that if the escapement goals are being met, that there is opportunity there to go out and do it. As to what effort is being put forward, I really have nothing to fall back on there. I'll just reference one other thing, and I referenced this earlier, and I asked this question during the Committee of the Whole, and I think specifically to the rolling closures in the northern portion of this management area. it's been demonstrated that in the times that these rolling closures were in effect, that the escapement goals in the Bear, Sandy, and Nelson Rivers were over-escaped all 5 years. And these are smaller systems that cannot handle that type of over-escapement for long periods of time. And so I think, and I'll stick with the point that the management plan that exists and the department's tools, specifically to what they did last year when they were trying to put more fish into a specific system, seems to be an adequate tool at this time.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I happen to be stuck in Port Mola when the decision was made on the second closure, and was invited to listen in while Mr. Russell and Mr. Murphy made the decision that they ended up making. But didn't that also end up this year with Bear River having over-escapement?
Mr. Wood, through the chair, yes, Bear River was over the upper end of the escapement goal for 2022.
And they were attempting their level best to get more fish over to Nelson Lagoon in doing those closures, and it simply didn't work.
Any additional board discussion? Cost analysis, looks like the approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost. Wait a second. Sorry.
This is Mr. Jensen.
Absent Mr. Jensen, we're a little discombobulated. So we have a motion to amend. We have a second to that. Yeah, Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll on the motion?
On the amendment to substitute the language found in RC 131 for Proposal 120. Heimbach.
Yes.
Jensen is absent. Wood.
This is on to substitute.
To substitute.
To substitute, the amendment to substitute.
No.
Zaray.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion carries, 4 in favor, 2 against. The amendment carries, yeah.
This is just to adopt amendment. This is not a vote on to approve the amended language other than to adopt.
That's correct. I was
Thank
just
you.
about
Correct.
to
That
put
was
that
not final
clarification on the record that we now have before us. Proposal number 120 with the amended language found in RC number 131.
Thank you.
And I will open it up for board discussion with respect to, if there's any additional discussion, I think we talked through this pretty well. I will do cost. Again, approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in this fishery. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in an additional cost to the department.
Call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 120 as amended. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen. Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Zaray.
Yes.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 4 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 121.
Proposal 121, amend the fishing seasons in the Three Hills section to increase potential fishing time and align sections to similar fishing periods. 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, move that we take no action based upon the proposal withdrawing support in RC 106.
Second.
And ask unanimous consent.
And ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 121. Proposal number 122.
Proposal 122, amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time by allowing fishing periods in the Cinder River section. 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons, 5 AAC 09.320 fishing periods, 5 AAC 09.330 gear, and 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Mr. Wood.
Move that this board take no action on proposal 122 based upon withdrawal of support by the proposer in RC 107.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 122. Proposal number 123.
Proposal 123, amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time by allowing fishing periods in the Cinder River section. 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons, 5 AAC 09.330 gear, 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, move this board take no action on proposal 123 based upon the proposer's withdrawal of support in RC 105.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 123. Proposal number 124.
Proposal 124, amend fishing seasons, fishing periods, and gear to allow more commercial fishing time to all registration Area M gear types in the Cinder River section. 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons, 5 AAC 09.320 fishing periods, 5 AAC 09.330 gear, and 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, move this board take no action on proposal 124 based upon withdrawal of support by the proposer in RC 107.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 124. Proposal number 125.
Proposal 125, amend closed waters to change the boundary line in the outer Port Hayden section, 5 AAC 09.350 closed waters.
Madam Chair, move that the board take no action on proposal 125 based upon withdrawal of support in RC 150.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 125. Proposal number 126.
Proposal 126, amend closed waters to change the boundary line in the outer Port Hayden section, 5 AAC 09.350 closed waters, and 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to adopt proposal 126.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
What would be the effect if this proposal were adopted? Proposed coordinates would move the eastern boundary line of the open portion of the outer Port Hayden section to approximately 1 mile north of Reindeer Creek. This proposal aims to move the outer Port Hayden boundary line to the west and reduce the fishing area in the northern part of the outer Port Hayden section to try and direct more commercial harvest on local northern peninsula sockeye salmon stocks in the area, primarily the Ilnik and Meshik rivers. It is unknown if reducing the fishing area in the outer Port Hayden section would increase the numbers of salmon returning to Bristol Bay or increase harvest on Ilnik and Meshik River sockeye salmon. There would likely be a loss of opportunity in harvest due to less area open to the commercial salmon fishery. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the department. Specific to this proposal and some of the regulatory language that currently exists in regards to the Ugashik escapement and what kind of management actions might take place in the Bristol Bay region, and then maybe if you could expand upon that possibly a little further and talk about what could happen with current regulation in regards to this area, be helpful.
For the record, Forrest Bowers, through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. In the management plans for Bristol Bay, the board has acknowledged that the Igigik district is a mixed stock fishery that sometimes harvests fish bound for Ugashik and other areas. And the board has established the Igigik River Special Harvest Area as a tool to conserve Ugashik salmon and salmon bound for other districts in Bristol Bay. And so the department has EO authority to implement the Igigik River Special Harvest Area in times of eugasic conservation, and that effectively reduces the size of the Igigik district. When that happens, there's a linkage to the Northern District Salmon Fishery Management Plan that's considered in Proposal 126, and that linkage provides the department EO authority where we may restrict the outer Port Haydn section to conserve eugasic salmon if we're fishing in the Igigik Special Harvest Area in Bristol Bay. Thanks.
Maybe just a quick follow-up there for us. So basically what you're saying is the department has the ability right now through EO authority to cut down on time and area in the Northern District if it feels that it's the appropriate measure to take based on what's happening in the eugasic district. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, you're correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Question to staff. Forrest, and I may not have this correct, so help me out here. But if I understand the dynamics of what you just described, the area biologists in eugasic would make a decision, and that would be binding upon the biologists in the Port Haydn area?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, you know, if the department were contemplating an action that would restrict the outer Port Haydn section to conserve eugasic bound salmon, you know, there would be a larger conversation among staff. You know, that would be a discussion that would include regional staff as well as potentially headquarters staff. So it's not quite as simple as what you described. You know, that's a pretty significant restriction to go outside of a management area. We've done that when we have conservation concerns. You know, in the eugasic area, the 10-year average escapement there is in the upper end of the escapement goal range. So, you know, we would have to be looking at a relatively poor run to be considering an action that serious, and that would be a higher level conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, and I thank you for the compliment that I oversimplified something. I don't get accused of that very often. So the department does not have any concerns whatsoever about that dynamic, because that's, and I might be putting it all wrong on the record, but that's what I understood it to be.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, the area managers for eugasic and the Northern District communicate in season about these matters so that so there's good exchange of information there. And like I said, that would be a significant in-season action if we were to go outside of the area to conserve eugasic salmon, and that would be a broader conversation in the department rather than just between the two A and Bs. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Zaray?
Yes, this is for the department. And I appreciate what, you said to Mr. Woods. I had some notes on that too, but I had some notes on, from the committee testimony that on this one. And could you speak to the safety issue? There was some stuff brought up that if this was to pass, that, people would be forced to fish along the coast and into like shallower waters, and it creates a significant safety issue, they thought.
Through the chair, Mr. Zaray, I don't know if I can speak to the safety issue. I know that the fleet uses the whole area throughout there to fish. It's preference, I guess, between whether they fish on shore or offshore. I know that there's some boats that avoid there is a, there can be swell or or rougher seas towards the shore side, and we have had boats beached down there this past season as well in that general area, but I'm not sure exactly where along the coastline that occurs at, so.
To the department, apparently, this proposal would force those boats into that area more. So you don't have to maybe comment anymore, but if you have anything you could say on that, I'd appreciate it. But
Yeah, I think I believe the closer they get to, say, the Interport Hayden section, it becomes more of a safety issue.
Thank you.
I have a question. So there was substitute language that was introduced in RC 205, and I would just see if the department had any thoughts on that or comments about how that would change what is being proposed in 126.
Madam Chair, so this would remove the link, so RC 205 would remove the linkage between the outer Port Hayden section and use of the Egegik River Special Harvest Area that I described earlier, and would replace it with a linkage to total sockeye salmon escapement for the Ugashik River. So RC 205 contemplates restricting outer Port Hayden when Ugashik River sockeye salmon escapement is projected to be below the lower bound of the escapement goal range.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Heimbach.
Madam Chairman, for discussion purposes, I would move to substitute RC 205.
Second.
Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to want to listen to comments. I'm not really strong on either approach, but I wanted to get it on the floor for consideration.
Mr. Heimbach.
For me, and the department can correct me if I'm wrong, but because the known interception of Ugashik stocks in the Egegik district was an ongoing concern through the years, the establishment of that 110 line up there was meant not only to reduce the impact on Ugashik, but it also served as a notice to a fishery down the line like outer Port Hayden. You are now under much higher level of scrutiny because we've implemented measures to limit Egegik interception, which was a known high rate of interception. And it seems to me that the department needs to maintain that purview because of the far greater effect of the Egegik interception on Ugashik than maybe down the line. Nonetheless, by having that trigger, it immediately elevates your oversight of what's going on in OPH. Is that kind of right?
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, I believe that's a correct assessment. And just to speak briefly to harvest rates in Wassop, the harvest rates of Ugashik-bound sockeye salmon were found to be higher in the Egegik district than they were in the outer Port Hayden section. And so I think that's part of the rationale for having the Egegik Special Harvest Area in place as an acknowledgement of that.
And following up on that, that was, to me, the primary rationale for against adopting the language in that RC was that we first have to recognize that we need to curtail interception in the highest interception area before we move to those of lesser interception area. And so there's really if the 110 line closure is not in effect, there's very little justification to impose a greater restriction on OPH.
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, yeah, and this kind of the sequential process that you described is how management would work under that scenario. So the first action would be to implement the Egegik River Special Harvest Area to conserve Ugashik salmon. And then after that point, the department may take action in the outer Port Hayden. So you described that sequence correctly.
Thank you.
What is the percentage of Ugashik bound in the OPH, if you happen to have the the number. Maybe keep looking for it and we'll.
Give us
Let's
one
see how
second.
that- yeah.
I have the total Bristol Bay, I just don't have the Ugashic broken down here.
Hi, Tyler, thanks.
Madam Chair, for the record, Tyler Dan. In 2007, in Outer Port Hyde and the Ugashic, contribution ranged from 38.7% to 45.5%, and in 2008, it ranged from 32.7 to 53.8%, and we lack estimates for 2006, as the fishery was not open.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that this regulatory language, although it have, at certain points in time, may not have been formally adopted by the board, but I believe this kind of goes back into the mid-90s. And eventually, at some point in time, the board adopted it and put it into regulation. I just want to make sure that I'm accurate there.
Member Carpenter, through the chair, yes, that's, I believe this was part of like the management plan, then was added into regulation at one of the board meetings. I'm not sure which one, but I could find that out for you if you would like.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for the staff. Is Ugashic having trouble with their escapement goals and meeting their escapement goals? If I read the information correctly, I don't think they've missed one in quite some time.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, the sustainable escapement goal for sockeye salmon at Ugashic is 500,000 to 1.4 million fish. And the 20-year average escapement is 1.1 million. The most recent 10-year average is 1.2 million. And going back to 2001, I don't see a year where escapement is below 500,000. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Forrest. Yeah, that's, the reason I asked that question is I can't figure out why this proposal's before us. It's not harming any fisheries above it. And Bristol Bay, as we all know, has been doing fantastic for the last 5-6 years. So unless this is just something that, you know, maybe this will make them feel better or something up there. But I can't for the life of me see why this is even in front of us, Madam Chair.
So we have a motion on the table to amend with the substitute language found in 205. Would you like to take?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Director Nelson.
On the amendment to substitute the language in RC 205 for proposal 126. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dorp.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have the language found in the original proposal 126 before us. Additional board discussion on 126. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's touched on allocation yet. I was going to try to do so. I'll get out my book here. This is an allocated proposal. The history of each personal use and sport and commercial fishery in that area is, it's probably been going on about the same time, you know, all the way from Chignik all the way up to Bristol Bay since, for the last 115, 20 years. And we still have the fisheries, they're still there, people are, there's, none of them are gone, so things seem to be going along pretty good. Characteristics and number of participants in the fisheries. I think it's, I know the area M fisheries over half Alaskan, and I'm not sure what the Bristol Bay makeup is anymore, but I think it's way less than 50%, or less than 50% Alaskan participants. The importance of each fishery for providing residents opportunity to obtain fish for personal and family consumption. I've seen a few comments and stuff that some folks are worried about not making their being able to obtain fish for personal and family consumption in this area, but with the amount of fish going by there, I don't know how you'd miss that unless you're doing something else. And important each fishery to the economy of the state. All those fisheries in the whole state are important to the economy of the state, and especially in the region and the local area. We all know that these are small communities, and I know fishing is, really important to them. And with that, I'll rest, Madam Chair. And if this proposal were to pass, I don't see where it's going to save or kill anybody's fishery. So with that being said, it's been working fairly well. They're keeping the escapement goals within reason in the Port Hayden area, Meshik there, and that was one of the original intents for this proposal, is to get them up there fishing, because there was constant over-escapements back in the past, several cycles ago, and now it seems to be managed very well. And so that, with that, Madam Chair, I'm not going to be supporting this proposal.
Other board discussion? Mr. Zray?
I guess I would just say I concur with Mr. Jensen's thoughts.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct cost for the private person to participate, nor the department to manage. And I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybog?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 126. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 127.
Proposal 127, amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time in the Caribou Flat section, 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons.
Madam Chair, move that the board take no action on Proposal 127 based upon withdrawal of support from the proposer in RC 163.
Second, ask unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 127. Proposal number 128.
Proposal 128, amend gill net specifications and operations to reduce commercial salmon harvest in the North Peninsula using gill net depth reductions, 5 AAC 09.331 gill net specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
What would be the effects if this proposal were adopted? This would reduce drift gill net mesh depth in the Northern District and increase set gill net depth in some locations. A reduction in harvest efficiency would reduce commercial catch by an unknown amount and potentially lead to surplus escapement, longer commercial openings, and lost harvest opportunities. The increase in mesh depth would make fishing in some locations, such as Nelson Lagoon, difficult because of shallow water.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to be supporting this one either. If there was a terrible conservation concern somewhere in the area, I'd think about it. It definitely would be a good way to reduce catch and efficiency, but at this time, I don't see that being necessary. The folks up there have had different net depths in the past, and I can't remember what it was anymore, but I don't think it's ever been less than 70. So with that, I'll be in opposition to this proposal, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ask the board members to take a look at RC 199, which is the cost breakdown to implement this proposal, and it's in excess of $3 million. Plus, there was a footnote that the main supplier of these nets quoted availability time as November 15th of 2023. I just don't see why we'd want to go down that road. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting no.
Other board discussion, Ms. Mitchell, and then Mr. Carpenter. Ms. Mitchell, then Mr. Carpenter. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of in agreement with my fellow board members' comments on this. It seems that we're overscaping and having really good runs across the Northern District, and I realize that Nelson Lagoon is struggling, but reducing the harvest ability for all these other river systems that seem to be overscaping doesn't seem appropriate at this time. So I'll be voting in opposition to this proposal.
I have a question. Is there any conservation benefit with respect to seawack chums or king salmon with the shortening of mesh depth? 'Cause, I mean, I can appreciate the cost, but I mean, you're just trimming out some net and rehanging in the lead line, so.
Madam Chair, in the Northern District, likely not. We don't harvest a whole lot of chum salmon within the Northern District. Our 10-year average is about 36,000 fish, and that's typically in July or August with local stocks in Harradine and Moeller Bay.
What about with respect to king salmon?
King salmon as well is an incidental harvest in Northern District. Our 10-year average king salmon harvest is about 1,900 fish, and most of that harvest is within Nelson Lagoon, which harvests on average 800 the last 10 years.
Okay. Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just reference comments my other board members have made, and I will also not be supporting this.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reference my allocative comments on the past proposal. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional, well, it would result in substantial cost for the people that fish there to readjust, and it wouldn't cost the department. Madam Chair, I'll call the question.
Mr. Jensen, the question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Rabong.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Prenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 128. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 129.
Proposal 129, amend gillnet specifications and operations to allow monofilament web in the Northern District Commercial Salmon Set Gillnet Fishery, 5 AAC 09.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Monofilament web would be allowed in the Northern District Commercial Set Gillnet Fishery. The use of monofilament web may influence catch rates and change CPU information, but is not likely to affect the department's ability to manage the commercial fishery.
Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I appreciate the proposer bringing this information forward and also kind of the catch rates between the two different gear types in RC 75 as well as the algae bloom picture in RC 15. I'm inclined to support this proposal, but I'm interested in hearing other board discussion as I in particular don't have use of this mesh type or web type.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to join with Member Mitchell as well, but it would also add to that record the comments made by Member Jensen in response to Fritz's question earlier in the meeting about the efficiency of monofilament and the answer that Mr. Jensen gave that it did not appear to change it in any meaningful degree.
Mr. Heimbach, then Mr. Zaret.
As a fisherman who's used both of these types of gear in both set netting and drifting, actually the tendency right now in the drift fisheries that have currently illegal gear and with kind of more cloudy water, they're actually going back towards multi-filament net. There's some real real difficulties with mono. But that being said, the particular case for set netters in some of the areas in the state where there's a high degree of real tiny algae in the water, they have real difficulties in power washing that out of multi-filament net. And that's one of the primary drivers of this for the maker of this proposal. And having seen that myself, I think it basically helps them clean their net. I don't think the catch rates change at all. That's my position.
Mr. Jensen, oh, sorry, Mr. Zare, then Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, I don't know, I'd like somebody to speak to, what is the, like, I know in the Yukon River, I don't believe we're allowed to use monofilament nets. And what's the problem? Why is this an issue?
Members, sorry, I'm not, through the chair, I'm not familiar with the Yukon River, but I can look over here, maybe someone is.
I think what I heard, according to my notes in committee of the whole, is that there's algae blooms, they snag on the knots, and it's just kind of a pain to clean. Typically, you clean a gill net by shaking it. You know, this person, I think, who introduced it, mentioned that they burn through power washers. My question to the department is monofilament web allowed anywhere else in Bristol Bay?
Madam Chair, I'm in my research for this proposal, I didn't see anything about Bristol Bay, but I can reference you to my background information where it is allowed within the Kodiak setnet gillnet fishery and in Lower Cook Inlet.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, thank you. I think the impetus behind this proposal is the cost of web nowadays. Single-strand monofilaments substantially, or at least half the cost of the multi-strand nets, and this is part of the problem. And I don't think the efficiency of the nets are that good. The single-strand monofilament definitely has its drawbacks. It's hard to patch and hard to manage when it's dry, but the other ones are much better at that. But as far as washability, I would think single-strand monofilament would be better than multi-strand monofilament because it gets in the 37 filaments, and there's 37 filaments in each strand, so it gets pretty clogged up and it's hard to clean. So this is the price of the net and the cleanability, I think, is the main factor here. And a lot of people will get the monofilament and they'll go right back to the multi-filament because of the way the net works. Madam Chair.
Yeah, personally, I see this as a matter of convenience, and I'm not inclined to support it. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say from my practical experience, fishing in many different areas that have these type of algae blooms, they can completely render you useless in a very short period of time. I think that this is a practical solution to a set net problem, and I think that that's been demonstrated in other areas there where monofilament is now allowed, specifically Kodiak that was referenced. And so I don't necessarily think that this is a ploy in any manner to try and become more effective at harvesting fish because the gear tends to fish any better. I think the state's report demonstrates that that's not specifically the case for sockeye. I think it's just an ability to be able to continue to fish without having to have numerous nets to continue to deploy during an opener because one is basically rendered useless.
I'll just note in the on-time public comments that there was the Sandpoint AC in favor of this and numerous individuals. And there was several ACs, including the Lower Bristol Bay, Naknek, Queejack, Nelson Lagoon, Bristol Bay, let's see who else is on here. The Eagle, Fairbanks, Nelson Lagoon, and Chignik ACs that were opposed to this proposal. If I'm reading that correctly. No, I'm not, never mind. Just the Lower Bristol Bay, Naknek, Nelson Lagoon. Sorry. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, it may cost, it'll cost less for the fishermen to buy their nets if it's single single filament, monofilament, or, so it'll make it cheaper for them, and it will not require the department any additional cost to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Rayburn.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 129. Zaret.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, that concludes deliberations on Group 5. Let's take a brief pause to create some RCs, get the miscellaneous business agenda out, and really deal with your reconsideration. All right, we'll take about a 30-minute stand down.
I mean, all the negatives are negatives that would make a person not choose to go mono.
Good job, Madam Chair.
And so I always was under the impression that it like
Okay, welcome back. The time is 3:15 PM on the nose, and we are back on the record. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put in a motion to reconsider for Proposal 109. I was on the prevailing side of that, and new information's come forward for me, and I'll go ahead and speak to that new information real quickly. Proposal 109 restricts or requires the department to shut down fishing for a required period of time in the Chignik Bay District, Central District, and Intercastle Cape subsection of the Western District. And the new information for me was that the department had to keep that area open consistently 24 hours just to try and control escapement, and was still struggling to do so, and I can let the department speak to that briefly.
For the record, Carl Burnside.
First of all, Ms. Mitchell, I need a motion for reconsideration.
Okay, again, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Proposal 109 based on the information I just spoke to.
Second.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
For the record, Carl Burnside. Yeah, so this last season, during August, in order to keep the late run escapement from over exceeding our BEG at the time, we had to have fishing open continuously, and that 56-hour closure would have prevented that and likely resulted in the late run escaping over the upper bound.
So, I mean, didn't you make mention of that issue when you did your staff comments on the record?
Madam Chair, yes.
So how is that new information?
That was not made as explicitly clear to me, and even reading through the staff comments, I was unable to have a full understanding of that. So for me, it was very much new information, and I don't know if other board members concur with that, but that's my motion.
Okay. Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, I want to give every opportunity to the maker of the motion to make a case, but thus far, the new information is not sufficient to comply with the rules for motion reconsideration. And I sympathize with it because I was in an almost identical spot when former member Payton held my feet to the fire, and I was not allowed to make a motion for reconsideration. But I will still be very liberal in interpreting how that rule reads, but right now, on the record, there's no new information.
Yeah, my opinion, I don't believe that there's any new information with respect to that either. I think that it's available in staff comments. It was spoken to in discussion on the record, and so I don't believe there's any new additional information either. Mr. Heinbuch.
I haven't seen any new information, but I'd also like to hear if the concerns that I can understand that are expressed in here are outside the purview of the discretionary authority of the department to correct under existing language.
We're speaking to whether or not there's new information only.
Sorry, thank you.
Any other board discussion?
No, just as a courtesy to Ms. Ms. Mitchell, it's getting late. Do you want a small break if there's anything else you can think of for new information? Oh, well, I'm getting a no vote from my chair, so forget I ever even mentioned that.
Ms. Mitchell.
No, for me, this is very clearly new information, but if other board members don't see it that way, then that's fine. You know, I would raise concerns with passing Proposal 109, as in Proposal 105. Additionally, we maintained a 10,000 fish threshold in passing Proposal 109, and I think that would remove that threshold as well, but that doesn't necessarily quantify as new information. The new information for me would be that we just required the department to have mandatory closures, and I was not aware that they were made open for that continuous time period and still struggling to maintain the over-escapement issue for this river system. So that's the new information for me, and if other board members see it that way, then so be it. If not, then it stands.
With respect to the in-river issue, I did make mention during the deliberation on 109 that we had changed that language and the substitute language for 105. So I know I did put that on the record, that was the intent and made mention of that. So I don't believe there's any new information.
Question?
Question has been called. Director Nelson.
On the motion to
Clarification and question. The only thing we're voting on is there new information sufficient to have a reconsideration?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes. On the motion to reconsider, essentially. Yeah, on the motion to reconsider. Correct. Yes.
On the motion to reconsider, Wood,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaray,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Heimbach,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Motion carries, 5 in favor, 2 against. Madam Chair,
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, would you like to speak to
if I may, just
Mr. Nelson?
procedurally, I just want to let you know that since the motion to reconsider passes, this takes us back in time to our debate on Proposal 109, and we are essentially right where we were prior to the final action vote on Proposal 109. So we have Proposal 109 back on the table.
That's right. Mr. Wood?
109 as it left us with the substitutions, et cetera. That were taken.
There were no substitutions to 109. Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. Now that we have Proposal 109 in front of us, I would like to make a motion to adopt the language found in RC 224, which addresses the concerns presented for the motion of reconsideration.
Second.
I'm going to object. I'm going to speak to the objection. So with respect to the language that we're discussing here, I think that was, the intent was pretty clear, as I understood it, in the proposal. And the reason for that was that they were requesting 56-hour closures, which is basically a weekend closure, in order to provide, one, some opportunity to move fish, but also to try and attract a processor through September. So I think that the intention was pretty clear. We changed some of the in-river goal, so this provides opportunity and time to close the fishing periods for subsistence activity to occur in the fall. We're not talking about a large amount of closure time, we're talking about a weekend. And what that is preventing is from the management that the department has lately been doing, where they've basically just opened it up for the entire month, and people just sit out there and grind away on the fish. So the intent, I think, is to, one, provide some opportunity for some escapement. I have no concerns about over-escapement on the second run. Sockeye that we're talking about here, we're talking about the Central District and not the Western and Perryville District, which is where sockeye are moving through. So I think that I don't want to repeal the language. I think that the intention of the proposal would be, completely out the window, if that were the case. Mr. Wood?
Thank you. And that, on the objection, if indeed you do the substitution as is being asked for, what you're faced with then at that point in time is you would be voting up or down on the substitution when the initial motion carried 7-0. So you're putting yourself in a pretty awkward position to where you're having almost a total reversal. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm going to join with the objection.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you. I just want to speak to the language in RC 224. When we originally deliberated on Proposal 109, Member Wood, you made comment that the Area M, the department, and Chignik were all in support of it, and that was, part of what you referenced as being a reason why you supported the proposal, and specifically, the language found in RC 224 is actually what all three of those parties supported, not the other things that have been since strucken out from the original proposal of 109. And it addresses the department's concerns with with its inability to, its conservation concerns that it had in the original language. So those are being addressed here in RC 224, and if the department maybe could speak to that real quick.
Through the chair, yeah, this RC keeps the part that removes the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing period that we supported after September 15th. It just removes the required closure, and it removes the mention of the removing the in-river run goal.
Mr. Wood?
The problem that I'm seeing is strictly procedural, in that any member who would be supportive of the language that's being deleted is in a quandary here. If they vote yes, the language is out. If they vote no, the entire 209, is that the number? 109 goes down. I don't know how you're going to resolve that conflict, but that's what position you've put yourself in.
Yeah, I will just speak to, I don't know how the proposer's intention was being represented on which portion, but I know, after having spoken with him, that, Chignik Intertribal Coalition submitted this, and the intention for why they submitted it was to create this closure opportunity for one, subsistence harvest, and also to pass, to allow for some fish to sort of disperse and mill around in the district. And so I can't believe that they would be in support of basically gutting their proposal.
Just in question of that, then, their proposal also asked to remove the in-river run goal. So was that actually their intent too? And because we brought that back in 105.
Yes, and I worked with them on that. And it allows for the 10,000 in August and 10,000 in September, but the language is different. The language is cleaner and more specific in the substitute language that I offered earlier for 105. As I said before, I made that, I put that on the record when we were deliberating 109.
Madam Chair, I believe Member Heimbach is waiting for you to call him.
Mr. Heimbach, sorry.
No, thank you. I actually understand both parts of this, I think. So I kind of feel like Board Member Mitchell does. It has a perspective of seeming like new stuff. What I don't know is, from the department's perspective, as we go either way on this, do you contemplate anything substantial happening out of the changes we might consider here?
Through the chair, are you referencing the required closures or the removal of an in-river run goal, or?
Excuse me, I really wish I knew that, because I can't tell why this would, I don't think we're talking about a big change, and so I'm not sure why we're having a lot of heartburn about revisiting it, but I kind of agree it's with Board Member Wood too, so I'm confused, quite frankly.
Is there any other additional discussion? Question has been called. Director Nelson.
On the amendment to substitute RC 224 for proposal 109. Carpenter.
No.
Zare.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails. 2 in favor, 5 against, Madam Chair. Takes us back to 109 as written.
All right, so we have back to 109 as written, the proposal before us. And again, with respect to the 56-hour closures, I've already spoken to that. I've already spoken that the intent with respect to the in-river piece of things was addressed in the substitute language for RC 105. And again, I'm going to vote in favor of the proposal. additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, explain where we are, Madam Chair.
We have the language in proposal number 109 as written before the board. I will remind the board that this proposal passed unanimously on the previous vote.
Okay, I understand. I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Director Nelson. Okay, let's do errors and omissions just for fun. Errors and omissions, Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson.
Final action on proposal 109. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaray.
Yes.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Motion carries, 5 in favor, 2 against. Madam Chair.
Thank you. That brings us to the miscellaneous business portion of our agenda. There are 2 items on the miscellaneous business agenda, and the first one up is UAF Marine Policy Program. Ms. Mitchell, would you like to speak to this agenda item?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring mention that the Masters of Marine Policy program within the University of Alaska Southeast and University of Alaska Fairbanks system has created some brochures, and they can be found on the table on the back there, kind of outlining their program and the courses involved. We also had some of the students present at a couple of days during the board meeting, and a few of us board members had an opportunity to talk with the students and just kind of bring it up and note that there's information for the public if they'd like to grab a brochure on their way out today.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, so when Keith Criddle and a couple other university professors talked to me about this idea, I thought it was great because we often have biologists, but policy position are kinds of different positions inside the department, but we're having that increased need. So I wrote 2 letters of support to the university to actually get this program up and running, and we're actually going to, I think we have a couple students that, or a couple employees that are looking at this as a method for getting an advanced degree. So I really support this. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's a really attractive program, and I'm glad that the university is offering it, and I appreciate Ms. Mitchell's bringing it to the board for support, and also the presence of the students and the professor that joined us here during the last week's adventures.
I'm hoping we didn't scare away the students that are in this thing.
Maybe they left soon enough. Just kidding. Is there anything else with respect to agenda item number 1, Ms. Mitchell?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give the board an update on the public comments for the March meeting. If you recall, it seems like it was forever ago in public testimony, the board made the decision to extend the public comment period by a couple days. That closed last night at midnight, and we have received 592 public comments for the March meeting. Of course, being tied up in this meeting, we have not had a chance to do any processing or compiling of those yet, so we will do our best to get those to you as soon as possible. We may deliver them to you in batches so that we can at least get you something to start reading on, and we will post them to the website at the same time we share them to you as board members. But there's quite a few. I will probably check with you and see who wants printed hard copies of these, but since most board members didn't want printed hard copies for this meeting, and this is a much higher volume, I'm assuming most of you probably will not want printed hard copies for these.
Thanks, Director Nelson. I mean, given the volume and the fewer number of proposals that we're dealing with, if it's not an undue administrative burden, it might be helpful for the board members to sort of batch those comments by proposal. But only if it's not an excessive amount of work for board support to do it. If not, just how we do it normally. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, a critical part of this discussion is what we're talking about starts March 10th, right? Statewide. So we've got basically 9 days to read 600 public comments. So what I'm going to do is, 1, say thank you so very much to staff for getting early staff comments in the last several meetings to us much earlier than they had been. It's extremely helpful because that's the primary vehicle I use to prepare myself to come to the board meetings. And if, I've not even looked on the site yet, if the state comments aren't in, I would urge you to get them in as quickly as possible.
Will do.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we took the hatchery day off of the meeting. Can you tell me what the new meeting schedule is? Is it the same as it was, as it's posted?
Yes, it is. The statewide was always scheduled to begin on March 10th, and it will begin on March 10th.
Okay.
Yeah, the hatchery, I believe, was scheduled for March 9th, and that's been postponed for a year. So we'll begin as we've been scheduled to for quite some time. Mr. Nelson?
I just, since Member Wood mentioned it, we do have the department comments on the proposals posted to the webpage for the March meeting already, as well as we just posted this morning the draft recommendations from the committee that worked on the action plan recommendations for the Nushagak king salmon stock of concern. So those are posted on the webpage as well for people to review.
All right, I think that concludes the miscellaneous business agenda, and I'll just take a minute to really extend my gratitude to board support staff over the course of the last 9-10 days. I mean, you guys have done an absolutely exceptional job. You've moved us. You've helped organize, almost nearly 300 public testimonies, multiple RCs, hundreds of RCs, so much substitute language. Everybody has stayed late. They have worked hard. This also extends to all of the Fish and Game staff that has joined us at this meeting. I'm really, really grateful for your professionalism, for your expertise, and for your willingness to work with the board and educating us and also helping us muddle our way through developing language. I'm just very grateful and ever impressed, and I just wanted to extend those thanks. Any other board or comments, Mr. Wood?
Couldn't help but notice just about universally, everybody remained cordial. Thank you, Commissioner.
I want to thank everybody, too. There were tough discussions this week, undoubtedly. We were touching culture, we were touching subsistence needs, we were touching stocks of concerns, all incredibly complex issues, but we maintained our professionalism, we got through them, so thank you all.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Fortunately, I don't need a second to adjourn.
Can we expel Mr. Wood?
Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned at 3:37 p.m.